All right. Hello, everyone. We're back with Team Star. Back with looking at the IP6 issue and trying to exploit it. Just gonna make sure I'm coming through. Yep, I'm coming through. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Gate, for the donate or the sub. Sorry, I saw that right after I got my coffee and was settling in to start the stream. Thank you. I think we also got a bit donation as well. Yeah, we got 200 and 400. So thank you, Calby and Maxi, and Mr. Gate redeeming the. Oh, they're redeeming the beeps. Okay, that's right. I totally forgot that we had those set up. So yeah, we have the channel points things set up. The bot isn't working. Oh, okay, interesting. Maybe I'll try to look at that in a few minutes. We have the bit donation thing set up for anybody who's into the channel points and all that fun stuff. As you guys can see, the PS4 source is working for now. We will see how long it actually continues to work for. It's probably gonna die after like one panic, but you know, it's the way it goes sometimes. I don't have those set up. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't be working. I didn't change the source or anything in OBS, so it should be fine, but obviously it's not, so I don't know. All right, so we left off with an exploit strategy. We had we were going to send 2.5 packets, essentially. 2 trigger packets, a control, and a corruption packet. So in between the first stream and this stream, day 2, I did do a little bit of reading into IP6. I found a really cool book. It's like the implementation of the core IPv6 protocol or something like that. It's a really cool book, actually. But I read a little bit into like how the packet fragmentation works. One thing I mentioned on Teamstar's stream when we were doing the Linux stuff 2 days ago was something that we were a little bit confused on, and something that we tried was we tried changing the off LG offset just to see what would happen, and if we didn't have it as hex 800, it wouldn't work. The reason for that is we thought it was the offset of the split in the packet, but it's actually the offset of the fragment header inside of the fragmentable packets. So it has to be set to hex 800 if you put it at 8 bytes in, which we do. So that clears up a little bit of the confusion around that. Let me just hide the PS4 source really quick because we don't need that right now. We do have the beep counter working again, actually. I did forget to mention that. We have that working again. That wasn't up last stream, but Z got it back up and working. All right, are you going to recap from previous stream? Yeah, a little bit. So like I said, we got the exploit strategy. I did rewrite the fragment packet function a little bit just to clean it up. I made variables that are like constants that hold the member names and all that stuff, so it's a little bit cleaner. It's easier to read. It's not just a bunch of constants with no context. So but yeah, this is pretty much where we left off. Is we managed to get a panic when we closed the browser or re-entered the browser with a, I think it was like an SB flush or something like that, socket buffer flush, I guess. So we got a crash, but we didn't get to a point where we were like working on primitives yet. I hope to get to that point today, but we'll see what happens. People probably saw that Slearsgovy put out a POC as well, where I don't think we're going to be looking at that, really. I'm probably just going to try to exploit it, you know, keep going on the track that we have. I don't even know if his exploit would easily port over to PS4, because if it did, I feel like he probably would have done it already, because he compiles his C exploits into ROP chains. He uses like a C to ROP compiler. So if it were as simple as just porting that over to PS4 into WebKit, I think he would have done that already. So I think there might be a bit of complications when it comes to porting that POC over to PS4 anyway. So, and where I'm not familiar with his implementation and there's no commenting or documentation on it, I basically have to reverse engineer the POC, which I don't really want to do. You're still here, Teamstar? I know I've been talking for a while, sorry.
Yeah, I muted for the initial intro, and then I've spent pretty much all the time since the beginning of the stream to find that GitHub link that you had open, but now I found it.
Oh, the XNU?
Yes.
Yeah, the XNU report.
I already found it, though.
So, one other thing I learned about mbuffs is, let me actually pull up the mbuff structure. So here's the mbuff structure. You know what? I'm going to put this in Sublime Text because I want highlighting. It'll make it a little bit easier for the stream to read, I think. So let's view the syntax to see. Okay.
Spector's voice is badass. He sounds like a genius dude.
Try to refresh the bot source. Okay, I will try to do that really quick. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think I lost the bot source. So I actually don't see it on OBS, so that might explain it. I don't know how it would have gotten lost. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try to... Z, if you can send me the source URL for that, maybe on Discord, in the Day2 Discord. Oh, okay, that'll work too. I'll set that up really quick, because I know people have been using those channel points, and they're feeling like they're getting robbed. Okay. So that should hopefully make the beatbot work with the channel points now. All right.
Wait, so the beep in the upper right corner, is that the like PS4 beeps?
Yeah, we're gonna increment that counter every time we panic, or actually every time the PS4 beeps from recovering from panic. So
that's like 3 to 5 times per panic or something like that.
If it's a hang, then yeah, you have to hold it for 3 beeps, and then when you turn it back on, that's gonna be another beep. So pretty much 4 beeps per panic. The last time I did this little beepbot thing was when Flow's original IPv6 issue came out last year, and I think we reached 500. Pretty sure we reached that high. All right, so mbuff. Mbuff is an interesting packet. Okay, I wonder why that's Z. That's coming through on my system audio too, which I don't remember it doing before, but anyway, whatever. So mbuffs are kind of interesting, right? They're used for holding data for packets. And you can have single mbuffs, and you can have mbuff clusters. Okay, I'm actually going to mute the beatbot right now, because it's... I don't know why it's coming through on my system audio, but it is, and it's a problem, because it's really distracting me. Okay, so it can come in clusters, and it can come in single packets. If it's a cluster, it's going to use this packet header, which we're trying to corrupt. If it's just a single packet, and it's not chained with anything else, it's going to use this space as part of the data buffer. And that's kind of important, because we actually want to get arbitrary data into this header for the overlap. So I think there might be a location I remember from the last time we looked at IP6 last year that used an mbuff.
You enter like 4 or 5 blank lines at the beginning of the file, so it doesn't overlap with the who's speaking.
Oh, fair point, actually. Let me see if I can move that to a better spot. Where can I move that? I guess I can move it right beside the beep bot, the beep counter. Yeah. That way it's out of the way. I don't have to worry about it. All right.
Yeah.
Disable monitor for this source. I don't think I'm monitoring for the beepbot source. I can check, but I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I'll re-enable the source and see if it works, but I don't want to focus too much time on it. You know, it's just a little fun thing. But yeah, anyway, the last time I looked at IP6, there was an interesting function I was looking at, which was the set sock ops. Apparently that's not what it was called. Okay, I remember the option I used anyway. It was the IPv6 2292 packet options. So that was the basis for the last exploit that you're running right now, actually, Teamstar. And one thing I remember about this option was it actually uses an mbuff, and it copies controlled user data into it. And you can also, I believe, you can control the size as well. I'm not 100% certain on that. So let me just look at this function and see what it does.
So if you have a way to allocate an mbuff with controlled data, that would be perfect.
Yeah. So SOP size comes from the val size. So let's see if we control this. Yeah. So I believe the socket option here is controlled by us, at least partially. So let me just try to... Okay, CTL output is called in raw IP6. CTL out... What? It said it was called in here. What? Okay, there we go. So that's not the one I'm looking for. Is this the one I'm looking for? Okay, that doesn't look right either. What am I missing here? Socket option processing. So somehow this function gets called from setSockOpt. I just can't remember how it gets there. And I can't seem to find
if it's
exactly what it
used
comes
in a
from.
previous exploit, can we just look at the source code?
Well, I mean, the path that's taken isn't going to be in the exploit source, but...
I mean, the entry is likely gonna be there.
Op name. I just want to see if I can control the value size. I feel like we do. I can look at the previous exploit anyway. PlayStation Hacker 1. So activity, that's going to be the... Oh my god,
I'm
they've had
looking
a
at
lot of reports.
Blaze Goef exploit, and he has one thing I immediately noticed. He has functions for push mbuff and pop mbuff. So apparently he has some mbuff allocation primitives, which will come in super handy.
Can you link me the POC? Because I don't have the link handy. I just want to see what you're talking about there. But yeah, this was the previous exploit. So how is this set up? This was... Yeah, okay. Oh, he sends an integer and receives an integer for push pop, and then peak is just doing with the peak flag.
What do you mean? Integer?
Yeah, it's an integer. He takes an I as an integer and passes that for the data for send to.
Oh.
I'm not totally sure why. I haven't really looked and seen what context he uses this in. I will now because I'm curious.
But I assume these are allocation primitives.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He doesn't really have any comment or anything in the exploit source code, so like I said, I would have to like reverse what he's doing here. But yeah, what I was thinking of was using the packet options option to copy in arbitrary data into an mbuff, and I think it should work. Because I think the size should be low enough so that it doesn't use a cluster. It just uses a single mbuff packet, and
so we need to do basically two things, which is if you go back to the to your editor where you had that your Sublime, I think.
Which one? This one or this one?
No, the other one.
Okay.
The struct mbuff. So we have the union with the data and the struct. So we need to somehow trigger one with the data buff and one with the struct. So I think we should figure out how to do that.
Yeah, so that's what I was kind of getting at earlier. Was this extension header is only used when a cluster is allocated, which is, I believe, I have the mbuff page open on FreeBSD actually. It is when the mclget function is called. When mget is called, it's just a single mbuff. When mclget is called, it does a cluster allocation and it sets that m extended flag. So this is only used when you're allocating a cluster. So that's what I'm finding interesting, is because of the way they copy into socket options here. They use sop getm, which, let me just bring that up. You can make it use a cluster, or you can make it use a single packet by changing the option size, which I believe we control. That's what I'm just trying to confirm right now, but I'm pretty sure we control it.
Well, then it should be a POC should be pretty trivial then.
I'm hoping so, yeah.
So we have a set of assumptions. So I think our main assumption is that if we run the unmodified POC from last stream, that we end up with a buffer twice in the free list, which also most likely is adjacent, right? So if you allocate one and the second one, like the very next allocation, the very next two allocations are gonna be the same buffer, right?
Yeah. And that eventually leads to a panic down the line when...
Oh, we should test this first. Can we send a regular... Okay, how about this? We trigger the bug using the POC that we already have, and we assume that we will allocate the very next buffer twice. So can we then send two packets in a row, one with A's, one with B's, and then when we receive the first packet, it should have the content of the second packet, which should be B's.
So right now we're sending one packet.
Yes.
We're sending a fragmented packet. So you're talking about sending a second packet that's just a regular packet, like non-fragmented?
Yeah, so basically I want to have two mbuf allocations. Any idea how we could do that with just controlled data? I assume...
That's what I'm trying to figure out with the packet options primitive, is I think we might be able to get that from here through the set sock ops. I think we might be able to get arbitrary data into an mbuf through this.
Can we also receive it?
Like read out the same
like...
mbuf contents?
Yeah, with read sock ops or something?
Yeah, I think if we use get sock ops, we should be able to. Let me check, because this should be used in get sock ops as well. Oh, how do they use it here? That's interesting. RSC deprecated the semantics of the 2292 style packet options since it was not reliable in nature. It would make sense to simplify this part by always returning empty data. Okay, so I guess we can't. I thought we would be able to, but I forgot that they did actually change that, so it just doesn't copy out anything to you. That sucks. So no, we can't get the data from that same path. We can't get the data out of this mbuf. All right. I still feel like we can maybe... What we could do is we could use kind of the similar trick that he used with peeking and poking mbuffs. Like send a regular packet.
So what exactly does this peek and poke do?
So I believe all his primitives do here is... You know what? Actually, let me double check, because I'm not entirely sure why he has those set as peek and poke, but we can find out. So it should be syssend2. No, underscore syssend2. I hate FreeBSD. It's not easy to find syscalls. I don't think... No, that's not it. I think they do have kern send2. No, they don't. Okay. I gotta try to do a search to try to find what the full name of the send2 syscall is. These are all userland stuff, because they combine userland and kernel in their repo. There's one thing I really dislike about FreeBSD. I'll do a free text search and see if I can find it that way. This might be it. Oh, it might be in UIPC socket. That would make sense. Nope, those are just comments. Okay. There it is. I searched for syssend2, but it didn't come up, but that's just Watson, I guess. Okay. So it takes the buffer and it puts it into a puts it into an IO vec, and then it calls send it. So let's see what send it does. Okay, here's an mbuff. Control is the name of it. So let's find out what it's doing with that. Sock args. Okay, this is probably some kind of... Okay, so this... Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. So that's why he uses this as a push primitive. So they allocate an mbuff called control, and they pass it to this sockargs function. And if I'm reading it correctly, what the sockargs function does is it takes the user passed buffer and copies it into the mbuff. So this looks like an arbitrary mbuff spray primitive as well. And on top of that,
Perfect.
You control the length. So you could make it allocate clusters or not, depending on how large you specify the length as well.
Wait, but if you send it, then you can also read it back, right? By receiving it.
Yeah. So that's why he has that as push and pop. Push will add an mbuff in there, and then pop will read it out and then take it out of the queue. The peak, I believe that flag makes it so you can read it, but it isn't taken out of the queue. Just want to confirm that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah, it causes the receive operation of the return data without removing that data from the queue. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, that might be worth using. I was thinking of using packet options, but it seems the send2 syscall itself might just be better to use for that anyway. The thing is, though, right now we're just sending data to an unbound socket. I don't know if we'll have to bind a socket in order to receive from it. I'm not exactly sure how that works.
I think so. Oh, where does he do that anyway? Where does he open the socket and first? Oh, create socket. I'm stupid.
Enotcon. Socket is associated with connection-oriented protocol and it's not been connected. Okay, so let's try it and then just see if we can successfully call, receive, and send. So we'll do...
I'm kind of curious how that works.
I'm going to comment out the double free for now, just to see if we can call send2 and send
I'm actually gonna try similar on my machine.
So we'll call it with sock. Or test data 1 equals malloc.
Oh, he does actually bind it.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah.
So that means you might have to.
Wait, what? Why does he need sock in first place?
Okay, so we'll do test data 1. And then we'll do len. And then we'll see if we can receive that same data. So actually, this one, yeah, I'll keep that. That way we know it's getting overwritten.
Okay, so it looks like he uses 2 sockets. one for the fragment and one for the arbitrary push and pop. Actually, he uses much more sockets.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing something like that, like he sprays sockets or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we need that.
Yeah, I think he's going with a
Not for the
different exploit
test.
strategy. I'm not sure what his exploit strategy is, but I think he's going a different route than what we're planning. So, I will definitely borrow that push pop though. That is
that's
useful.
good primitive.
So this one we're gonna do test data 2. Let me just make sure I have the arguments correct for SV from. I think I do. Buff len flags from len. Yep. Okay. I think that makes sense. So if this succeeded, actually we could do test RV1 and the same over here. So these should return the number of bytes written and received. And
Wait, what are you trying to do?
I'm just testing that send2 and restv work without binding. If they need to bind, then we'll do that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to bind.
Yeah, but we'll find out here. So debug log send2.
Because if you don't bind, I'm pretty sure you cannot receive.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. I just want to verify that that's the case. Debug log speed data, and that should be p.distribute8. That's data 2. .toString 16. Okay. So if this worked, these will return non-negative values, and this received data should print out the A's instead of the B's, because it should get overwritten by the restv. So let's go ahead and do a quick test of that.
Wait, what would... Oh, okay, yeah. I see.
Oh, we have to run the working jailbreak first. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. The send2 and restv seem to have succeeded, but the data wasn't overwritten with the data I wrote in the first packet. That's really strange. Oh wait, actually the restv from is wrong. The restv from should be 8, not E, which makes me think it might be errno E. What is error code 15?
Operation permitted. Let's see. Bug run as root.
Let's see why that would cause... That error doesn't really make sense, but... Maybe I'm missing something. You don't need to bind for UDP. Are
you sure about that? I think you do need to bind if you want to receive.
So we're not using UDP or TCP. We're using raw sockets. So that's where it gets a little bit strange. How do restv from sock raw? The IP header will always be included when receiving on a raw socket. Oh, that's why we're receiving. Okay, I think I see. So when you receive the packet, you get the header included, whereas when you send it, if... Okay.
Does that mean we need to receive more buffer?
So this might be why he uses 2 different sockets. Let me just look at how his push works. So he uses this socks thing, which...
this is a very good point, because the code he had didn't run for me. because of that exact issue. So if you receive, you need to receive more, or am I tripping?
Okay, I see what he
And
does. So when you send and receive on raw sockets, you have to send and receive the header, which really sucks for a spray because that limits you don't have arbitrary content control anymore because you have to put the header in there. So I think he creates a different socket for the spray primitives. That's why he uses a dgram socket, not a raw socket.
yeah, he uses UDP.
Yeah.
Right. And
So
this is why we have to bind on it. That makes sense.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
yeah, we'll
because
do that.
otherwise you couldn't bind.
Yeah. Is different this jailbreak than before 5.05. We're just testing on 5.05. This is a newer bug though. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll create a new socket. So I'll do spray socket, we'll call it. What's this called? Names.
Wait.
Actually, let me
Oh
just
no,
check
this thing is weird. No, actually his code is correct. Wait, what? It just randomly works, and sometimes it works. It doesn't work.
I think he said it has a 20% success rate. So that
Of sending a packet and receiving it back?
Oh wait, are you saying it's just failing on the send and receive?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
okay,
20.
sorry. I thought you meant on the exploit as a whole. Okay.
Hell no, no. I'm just trying to send and receive a packet. If that succeeds, it's only 20%. That would be pretty bad. I mean, it's UDP after all, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really strange. I wonder why he uses UDP as well instead of TCP. Because I feel like TCP
Oh,
would.
there's no. It makes sense. Definitely makes sense to use UDP because TCP there is so much going on which you actually don't really want.
Yeah. I
Like
guess
just
it's.
the handshake alone, you don't want that because that will mess up all your heap spraying.
Okay. One other thing.
Wait,
Am
it
I
really is
mistaken?
not deterministic. What the fuck?
Am I
Oh,
mistaken? Send 2 is. Doesn't that block?
he sets the no block flag.
Does he? Okay. That
Yeah,
would make
in
sense.
the
Oh, yeah.
create socket.
Oh, non block. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you
because
definitely
we
need
don't want to use
that.
threads. That would suck. Um, so I don't. I just realized I was using the p.syscall primitive, and I forgot I had a built-in thing where you could just pass the syscall name. You didn't have to use the variable because I have that built in. So I can clean up the
Okay, I
code a
think
little bit here.
I fixed the not reliable packet center issue. Seems like you have to do a sleep. Do you have a sleep, like a U sleep or something?
There is the SCE kernel usleep, which I should be able to use. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Why are you? Oh, are you essentially racing with the resv from and send to if you don't
I
sleep?
think so. I
That
think
makes
so.
sense because you're not blocking. Um, I was ignoring the hydrate, so I just removed it. He isn't a hydro homie. I'm not a hydro homie. I'm sorry. No, it's just I do remember to hydrate. It's just hard to do everything and then keep checking chat. Um, so yeah, let's get back to the code here really quick. Hide the PS4. Okay, so we'll create a UDP socket, which is that the one constant? I think it is.
Like, wait, socket? It's socket dgram. It's
Ah,
two.
sorry, yeah, dgram. Is it 2? Okay, I couldn't remember.
Two.
I can never remember the constants for that.
Yeah, I can't either, but I just like command click the variable and Xcode jumps to definition.
Yeah. 2. Okay. Nice. So we'll create a spray socket. That should be good. And then we have to bind it, right? So binder.
Oh, you want to also set like sock adder in you're defining the functions.
Um well yeah, I actually do need to set the address. So Let me get this up on another screen just so I can quickly reference how the socket creation goes.
Me. Do you want me to dump you just a buffer?
You could, yeah, actually. That would save me a bit of time of going through the socket fields. So, spray socket address. How big is that?
28 buffer, 28 bytes.
28? Okay.
That's...
I'm just gonna look up what the structure is so that I can write it and not forget what all the fields are. That will make it a bit
just
easier.
do that.
Yeah, I just want to get the structure in a comment here.
Don't you have that already?
The sock address IN6. To be honest, I don't remember. So I'm just gonna do it again anyway, just to be sure.
Just put what I just sent you as a comment in the source code and you're good to go.
Okay. So, so we'll do a p.write8 spray socket address. And that's just 1E00, I believe. That should... No, that will actually write it to the... I'm trying to factor in endianness here into my head. That's why I'm...
Oh.
You know what? I'll just do
no,
a single byte.
It's correct, actually. Yeah, why is it right? What does the write 8 mean?
That writes a full Q word. So I would have had to factor in the endianness of the full Q word, which I'm just too lazy to do.
That's correct. 1E00. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, you only have 2 bytes set. Okay, that's interesting. I thought there would have been more set than that. So spray socket address add 2. So this is at 10 or oh.
Are you sure that everything else is set to 0 because malloc doesn't 0? Just write keywords.
I can do that. I can write it just in case. I'm pretty sure it will be 0, but just in case, we'll set that. I'm just trying to get the byte index of this. So this will be at hex hex F, right? I believe this byte. Or no, sorry, it'll be at hex
1F.
17, I think, actually.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That'll be 1. And then we'll quickly write a 4.
Yeah, because if you malloc buffer, it's definitely not guaranteed to be 0.
The malloc primitive in WebKit uses the uint32 array as a backing, which I think will automatically 0, but I'm not 100% certain on that. So just in case, we'll just do it. Make it
just set it.
Okay. So that will 0 the buffer, that will set 1E, and that will set 0, 1. I think that should be good.
Wait, no, look, that thing isn't divisible by 8.
Hex 28 should be.
It's not hex 28, it's 28.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said hex 28.
No, it's 28. So the buffer is 28 in size.
Okay, my bad. So that'll be hex 1C. All right. So we'll do hex 1C, and then I'll just do it by 4 increments. Yep, that works. All right. So we will now bind to that socket address. So that will be spray socket and spray socket address, and the length is 1C. We'll put a debug log there, actually, just to make sure the bind is succeeding.
What does get sock name do, and why do we need that?
I'm not
anyway, I think
sure.
we can just call it. You also need a variable for the size. Just
for the get sock name.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So...
Spec, you are missing a semicolon.
Am I? I mean, in JavaScript it doesn't matter, but I don't actually think I'm missing a semicolon. Am I?
Well, chat's saying you're missing one, so you gotta be missing one.
It's JavaScript, whatever. JavaScript doesn't even care. Yeah, I guess we can call the getSock name, although I really don't know what that's supposed to do, but...
Yeah, I think maybe you need it for the connect. Maybe it fills data in for the connect call.
And that's using the same socket address and spray socket address size.
Oh, actually, while we're at it, I think we need yet another buffer. Oh no, actually we don't. Never mind.
Okay. So then we gotta connect. So connect RB. This is really messy right now, I know. I will clean it up later. I just want to make sure that what we're trying will actually work before making it pretty.
Alright, so what are we doing? Did you do the bind?
I did do the bind, yeah. So here's the socket creation, here's the bind, sock name.
Okay,
connect.
so I think what's kind of important before you do the get sock name, you need to set the buffer for the spray socket's address size. Like put a proper size in there.
What is the... Is that supposed to be an int or a long? I just want to make sure. I don't think it really matters.
I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Let's keep it 8 bytes.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's an int, but like... it's actually a socklen t, but it's 8 bytes is fine.
Yeah, I think that the socklen t actually is a UN64, so that works out. Where was I? Oh, yes, I was going to do the connect. And that's using the... 1C.
Address size. Right. That's correct. Okay. And then you need the fcntl.
Function control. And that's going to be on the spray socket. We are setting fsetfl, which I don't know the constant for, but I can get really quickly.
Oh, I can. So no, first you need to call with the getfl, which is constant 3.
In FreeBSD it's 4 actually, apparently.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
No, setfl is... I'm talking about getfl.
Oh, getfl.
setfl yeah. is 4 and getfl is 3.
Yeah. So
First you just get the one or it with no block, and then you set it.
CNTL, spray socket, and we're getting getfl. And then in here, we are using a C. I knew I'd mess that up. I caught it though. It's all good. For V1, and we're ORing that with O non-block. Which, do you know the value?
Which is 4, yeah. It's 4.
Okay.
I'm looking at macOS though, but should be the same.
Yeah, I would think so. So that gives us that. So let's do a debug log. ctl equals.
And yeah, after you set that up, you should be able to do the send to and the receive from. Oh, and we definitely want to put a uSleep in between, because that seems to make a difference on my machine.
Yeah. So, why is it saying I don't use this? It is red radio. Oh, it's not, because I have a typo. Okay, there we go. Thank you, VS Code, being very helpful. So we're gonna send these to spray socket instead. Okay, so hopefully now it should actually overwrite properly. So I know it's been a while
Wait,
since
you need the uSleep.
Oh, yes I do. Sorry. Bar uSleep. I gotta find the offset for that actually.
So I'm just doing uSleep 1000.
Okay. I've got to find the thing for that really quick. The libkernel binary so I can get the offset for that. So that should be in here. Userland.
What is address and address lang in line 692?
Good point actually. That's the wrong address.
These should be 0 on. Just put them both to 0.
Well, you need to pass in the address to send to. That shouldn't be
not
0.
on the. No, not on the POC. I'm using zeros.
How does that work? It has. Okay. I'll set it to zeros, but I thought you had to pass an address in.
Probably nullable.
So let's just get the address really quick for SCE kernel uSleep. Oh. So that's at CC30. All right. So that should be leb kernel base dot add 32, and then p dot f call uSleep.
So if it is uSleep, I put in 1000. That works.
Okay. So we have a send to, we sleep, we call recipe from. All right, let's go to shot. Let's see what happens. Wow. We got a cascading failure. Okay. So bind failed. So what am I missing here? I'm guessing the.
Is that not allowed?
Log errno equals key dot readate. Do I have an errno variable already? Errno address. Yes, I do. Okay, cool.
Dump the buffer of socket address.
Okay. Can't find the what? Oh, I forgot the R. Okay. I just want to see what errno is first, and then I will dump it. Yeah.
I mean, you could do both, but yeah.
24, which I believe is the inval, if I remember correctly. Okay. All right, let's dump the buffer. Do I still have that primitive? I think I should. Dump bytes.
What was the errno number? 25?
24. I'm pretty sure it's the inval.
24 is too many open files.
Sorry, it's actually sorry, it's hex 24.
Oh.
My bad. So it would be 36. So we're gonna
That
dump
is
these
operation now in progress.
So we're gonna dump that,
Or
and we're
is
gonna
it?
dump it for 1C bytes. Space there for a second. Okay, so let's dump that buffer and see what's pouring out. That came through on my audio Z. It did. So yeah, I don't know why it's doing that where it didn't before, but yeah, it came through for me. Okay, so here's the dump.
Yeah, can you just verify it is because the chat is overlapping.
Yeah, no worries. So you have 001E. That's
That is
correct.
correct. It looks good if the amount of bytes is correct. Looks good.
Yeah, I don't see any problems with it either. So I don't know why the bind is failing.
Are you maybe not allowed to bind from the WebKit sandbox?
I would think it would be fine. Do I have maybe if inet 600 and that's set to 1? Is there maybe a discrepancy between macOS and FreeBSD in the structure or something?
It just literally copy and pasted that code of his GitHub.
Into BSD or into Mac?
Well, he uses it on BSD and I use it on Mac.
Right. That's where I'm thinking there might be a like a drift between the FreeBSD structure and the macOS structure.
Didn't we already have that thing?
Oh, wait a minute. I think there might actually be a discrepancy. Because I've seen a discrepancy with this in Linux, for example, before too. The length sometimes is different. Can you check the sock address instruct on macOS and see if it matches this structure definition?
S in len is a uint8, then an SA family is in family 6, import, yeah, 6 flow info, in address, that looks the same, yeah.
It's the exact same.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Do you have a Sin6 family?
I can like copy the definition I have so I can check.
What is the name of that structure? Sock address. uint8t, Sin6 family, port, flow info, address scope. Port, flow info, address scope. Yeah, it looks similar, but just verify. Yeah, AFINet 6 would be 1E because I think we checked that before.
Oh. Are you sure?
Am I sure on what?
Maybe, are you sure it's 1E? I think it might not be 1E.
AFINet 6 is 28, which converts to... Oh, you're right, it's 1C. That's what the drift is.
I remembered this one.
Yeah, we encountered this issue before, and I forgot. So that would be why. It'll probably work now. Real RBX, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Welcome in.
Oh. We should have used the hardcode, like the defines in first place, because we already have a inet6 define, don't we?
Yeah, we do. I just spaced entirely on that. But yeah, the bind does succeed now. The Erno is still 24, which means it's useless because it's not correct. The connect succeeded.
Well,
The
I
SCNTL
mean,
failed though.
if bind succeeds, then Erno isn't touched in first place.
Exactly. That's why I'm just getting rid of that print. The SCNTL did fail, so that's the next thing to investigate.
The get or the set one?
The set failed. Which, let me dump what the first one is returning. SCNTL set, or get, and this one will be set. Oh, man, I hate the VS Code adds an extra parenthesis when I'm gonna do that anyway. He might be a hacker, but he still has a drinking problem.
What?
Okay, so the get returns 2.
Which is F right.
And then the set fails. So
just check the BSD one is also 4 for non-block.
It is. It is 4 for non-block. Which makes this really strange. I don't know why it's...
Oh, is that integer, though? Like, is this syscall? Oh yeah, it's still, it's like no JavaScript fuckery, is it?
No, it should be... Yeah, this should be correct, I think.
Just to be sane, try to set it to 6 manually.
Okay. Give it a go. No, it still fails.
Okay.
Let me move this up a little bit so it's above the stream, because it's a little bit covered there.
And while you're at it, can you move your PS4 screen down a little at the bottom?
I can, yeah. Second.
I mean, I think that's a good idea, isn't it?
I can make it actually, like, down here, maybe?
Yeah, just like, yeah, perfect.
Okay.
So just that it touches the bottom, because then you see more of the code.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I made it smaller there. I could even... no, I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Do you even need the PS4 screen? Not right now. Maybe I'll hide it for right now, but I kind of want it for later when we do the kernel exploit stuff. That way you guys will have visual feedback of what's going on. All right. Yeah, so we got to really find out why this is failing. I double checked that all these constants are correct. So that shouldn't be a problem. Let's see if the Erno will work this time, if it'll set properly. String 16. Alright, let's see what Erno gets set to. Are you sure getFL, setFL works on PS4? I'm not sure, Flats. That might actually be why he struggled to port the POC. Balika, thank you for the 4 months at tier 1. Awesome, dude. Welcome in. So yeah, maybe they don't work on PS4, which would really suck because okay, here's another thing. Isn't there a flag when you open a socket?
You actually, like, if you ignore that for a sec, did you receive the correct bytes or did you not receive the correct bytes?
No, I didn't receive the correct bytes. It's still at 4.2. Can't you open a socket with a flag or a type or something to set non-blocking sockets? Yeah, you can.
No, what I'm wondering is if it's a blocking socket, the send should never return in first place. Why does it keep going?
Actually, that's a good point. It's like it's... Even before we used FCNTL, it wasn't blocking, actually, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What the fuck? You're correct. You're right, actually. Let me just double check our sanity here, but... Why is it, What? And it's not like it's failing, it's succeeding, because it's sending 8 bytes, which is exactly what I'm giving it. Why is it not blocking? I'm starting to think that there's a weird PS4ism happening here. Do they make sockets non-blocking by default or something? This is so strange. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. The send to should be blocking. Because it's not like I'm setting a non-block flag when I'm opening the socket. I'm sending to spray socket. I think there's a reason why flow only got 20%. That might be why. Yeah, but I'm just trying to figure out why this... Like, this send to should block. If no message space is available, then send normally blocks unless the socket has been placed in non-blocking IO mode. Oh, that's for send message, sorry. Not send to. Although it doesn't even... Does it even mention send to in the description? If the socket is in a connected state, the target address passed to send to is ignored. The length of the message is given. Yeah, it should be blocking. There's nothing here that's suggesting it shouldn't be. Yeah, something's messed up here. And the rest V isn't working either, which is really weird. Let me try increasing this sleep by a lot, just to make sure the sleep is working too. Because the sleep should hang it. Okay, the sleep does hang it. Which is good. I don't know how many seconds this is, because I just put a bunch of random things, but it's working at least. Uh-oh.
Well, then the next question is, why don't we receive shit? Yeah, how many seconds is that?
I'm just going to increase the sleep to try to make sure that the send to is going through before the rest V. Okay. Rest V from is still giving me E, which doesn't make any sense.
So one thing we may try is, instead of sending to the local address, sending to remote address and then seeing if we actually receive the packet. That way we know the send works for sure, and then we can also test the receive independently.
So you're thinking maybe run a UDP server on the PC and make it send to the PC address?
We could, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I might just set up one.
This has got to be weird ass PS4 shit. Like,
oh, do you even have IPv6?
I have INET 6 set on the socket, if that's what you mean. Oh, do I have it
No,
on the
I mean,
on my system? Oh, that's a good question actually. I'm
like
not sure.
in your network and stuff like that, because otherwise you need to do that locally.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that.
Oh,
actually.
your PS4 isn't connected to the internet anyway, is it?
Not to the wide internet.
Oh,
No.
well then, never mind then. Well, you could do it locally. But other than that, what does like the error form from the receive tell us?
So let me just check that we're actually. So let me write. Erno address. I'm just gonna write 0 there to clear any stale values. And then we'll check debug log recipe from Erno equals. I'm so used to printf. Key.readDate Erno address. Let's see if Erno gets set. Erno never gets set.
All right. Maybe we remove the arguments to the receive. I mean, I don't need it on Mac, but maybe that's it. Something.
Let me just. Does he send them in his? Does he send the address? No, he doesn't send the address either in his POC.
Yeah, that's why I removed it in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I'll set it just to see if it works. So that's spray socket address. And this will be spray socket address size. Let's see if that works. No, we still get the same thing.
But send2 fails now.
Oh yeah, you're right. Send2 does actually fail. Why is that?
Yeah, so
is the size wrong? Maybe
wanna...
let's just try. Oh yeah, because the size is a pointer, and it just takes a raw value. My bad. This should work, I think. Or not. You know, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Okay, PS4.
All right, yeah, just leave it to zeros.
I mean, zeros makes it succeed, but not really. It like half succeeds. Can you show me the code above for a sec? Yeah, Flats. I can scroll up a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, the relevant code is from 648 down. So we're creating a socket. Let me just make a bunch of space here. That'll make it easier. So yeah, we're creating a socket, binding it. I don't know what this getSock name thing is. I don't even think we need it, but I'll leave it in there for now.
What you could do is you could replace the rec from with the simple read.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'll get rid of the PS4 screen. It's causing the code to be hard to read. Sorry, what was that?
Replace the receive from with the simple read.
I think
works.
read uses different channels.
No, like it works, but like...
I'm not sure why you use bind. It's for accepting connections. So...
Pretty sure if you're using UDP, you need to bind, because...
I know with TCP you have to. I don't know if you do on UDP.
No, look, so if you have a TCP client which connects to a server, you do not need to bind on the client end. If you have a UDP connection, then you can send data without binding. But since UDP is stateless, like every time you want to receive, you essentially need to do the same as having a server. This is why you have to bind on the client side. Because if you do listening on TCP, you essentially have a server.
Yeah, you're right. You have to bind on the server side. Okay. Bind is for server. Yeah, I think we need to set up a server though, Flats, because we need to be able to
receive it.
Yeah, we want to be able to receive on the other end.
So whenever you receive a UDP packet, you need to bind.
Yeah,
I think he's mixing up something. Anyway, can you try doing the read syscall?
That is actually a good point, though. do you need the connect after the bind, or?
Okay, so look, this is two different things. So you bind because you want to accept incoming data. Since UDP is stateless, you don't know where the data is coming from. It's not tied to a connection, so everybody can send data to you. This is why you need the bind. And the connect, you need to connect the send end. So with the connect syscall, you're telling this socket will send to that endpoint. And with the bind, you're saying that we can also receive data. So this is why we do both.
So connect returns a file descriptor, right?
No.
Does it not? What does connect
The
return?
file descriptor we get by socket syscall.
Right, okay.
It associates the socket to the IP endpoint.
Okay, yeah. So this should be
Okay,
fine.
chat is confusing. Anyway, can you change the rec from to the read syscall?
I can, yeah.
And then the last two arguments, just, yeah, like that. Does connect return file descriptor?
The read actually does work. Why does the read work and the rest feed doesn't?
I don't fucking know. Don't
That
care.
is so
I don't
dumb.
think that makes a difference.
It's so dumb though.
Just, yeah, let's just stick to the read.
But here's what I'm confused on, right? Is if we use read instead of resv from, then is the data kept in the queue in this networking stack?
No. So I'm pretty sure it does. We cannot use the peak like MSG peak. We can't use, but I'm not sure we really need it at that point. So the read will always remove it from the queue, but guess it's fine.
Yeah, I do flats. So, but we won't be able to peek from the queue then, right? Because read, we don't have a peek primitive. I don't know if we need the peek, but
yeah, I don't know if we need it. So can you do the following? Send 2 times, then receive 2 times, and different data each time. Basically, you can do send, read, read.
Read or resv from?
No, read, because rest read okay. doesn't work.
I mean, yeah, I can do that. So I can do the first send, and then I'll do another send with test data too. Oh, with the same. Well, you want different data, right?
Oh yeah, just different data. You can write to the buffer in between. Doesn't really matter. So you don't need a different variable.
So that's two. So that'll send A's. This will send B's, and we'll do.
Oh, actually, we may want a different amount of bytes.
We can do that.
Let's do, I think 10 bytes. Yeah, let's try 10 bytes.
Okay. So in the first one, but yeah, that's fine. I can just change this to x10. And then for our second read, we can just read into the read buff. We'll do 8 bytes for the first one and 10 for the second.
No, 10 2 times. I want to do 10 bytes each time. Oh, it's...
Oh, okay. We can do
decimal
10 bytes each
10,
time.
not hexadecimal 10.
Okay.
Oh, so it's
I'm always assuming in terms of decimals. So, or in terms of hex. Sorry, hexadecimals. Okay. So let's do a bunch of debug logs to make sure these all go through. So we've got send to 1. Sorry, test rv1 dot string, and then I'll just copy this for the rest.
Oh, you also want to like print the receives like when you actually receive it. Otherwise, the second one overrides the first one. If you read to the same buffer.
Yeah, we'll do that. What's error code, by the way? Flats, when we were trying recipe from, it wasn't setting error at all. It wasn't reading the data that we sent. It was reading something else. I'm not sure what. Okay, sorry. This is 2, 3, 4, and then let me get rid of these because these are using old values. We don't need any of these. This is getting really messy. So we're sending, and then in between the reads, we'll do the thing. So yeah, let me do that. And then we'll do the...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Debug log, RSV data.
Yeah, just for the sake of clearing the code, can you do code like return value, then data, then return value, then data?
Yeah, I can do
For the
that.
read.
I'll move it in a second. So this is
Test
in the
RV3. Oh no, sorry, yeah.
16. We'll change this there, and we will copy this here. Okay, so this should read into it twice. The first will send A's, the second will send B's. Let's see what happens. Yep, so we got A's and B's. And we got 10 from both RESV from, so we know they received all the data.
Okay. So my theory is if you chain the POC from the previous stream before doing these sends and receive, we may end up seeing for twos on the first receive.
Okay. We can try that because all I did was uncommented commented out the code for the yeah, for the double free. So we'll try triggering that now and see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Does it use a different socket?
Yes. It uses the raw socket. So yep, that makes sense. All right. This might be where we crash. Let's open up the Klog actually to see if we do crash. So, nope, we got A's still on both. Or sorry, we got A's on the first and B's on the second. We didn't get B's on both. Let's see if we get a crash though, because we didn't get a crash, which is interesting, or not yet at least. Although the page is not okay. We got a freeze, I think.
Okay, so we need to. Okay. But we can test.
We're just trying to get send to and RESV from, or rather read, working properly so that we can get some primitives going.
All right, so we will try something else now. Instead of doing 2 sends, can you do the send in the loop with a counter incrementing every time? Like, for example, OX 100 times, and you send the value of the counter each time.
Do you want us to receive in the same loop, or receive all of them afterwards?
Afterwards.
We could do that. I do have to restart the system, though. So let's go ahead and do that. I had to hold this down for a really long time.
Beeps incoming.
Eventually. I hope soon, because my arm's getting a little tired here. Okay.
Do you manually update the counter?
Yeah, Z wrote a little Python script, so I just hit enter on it in the terminal in VS Code, and it increments. Only 2 on that one because it was the system was completely hung. So yeah, we can do a loop like you were suggesting. What do I want to do with all this code? Because I kind of, you know what? I'm gonna back up all this code, and then I'm probably gonna like wipe it out or something because this.
Well, we need all of that.
Well, I'm gonna change. Like, I'm gonna remove what I have here and rework it into what you want. So I'm gonna take this out. This out. This out. Okay, so we have this loop. So let's do the loop now. So 0 I to 100.
I have the feeling, without looking too much into the details of his exploit, that he may be following the same strategy.
Oh,
Or
really?
a similar strategy. I mean, yeah, because I mean, this is the first thing that comes to my mind, and I think it makes sense. And he may do the same.
Okay. I don't know why I copied this. I don't need this. So we'll write the... Do we want to do maybe... You know what I'll do? 4040... plus
then 0,
I.
0 plus I.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Just so that we know for sure.
Oh, you should do 404000 plus I.
Oh, yeah, good point. Okay, so that we don't need the 1 anymore, so that will send the test data. So we're just going to keep doing that over and over. So send 2 equals this. Okay, so that will send hex 100 packets, and then we'll just do the read the same way.
Yeah, and then dump it every time. So if we, for some reason, don't see the values like incrementing correctly, then we got a hit.
Just copy this over. Yep, because those will be isolated, and then we have the data. It's reading to read buff. Okay, that should be good. So let's see if the system has decided to grace us with a reboot yet.
Stream is loading on my end.
Okay, oh, did it drop for a second?
Yeah, just for a second.
Oh, okay.
To make sure I'm actually...
The stupid HD PVR dropped again. I might just leave it. It's annoying to have to do it every time. Let me just rerun this so we get a clear screen to work with.
I'm gonna be AFK for a second.
Yeah, no worries. We'll see if it works while you're AFK. Okay, so we have it working, and then we should be able to get our test results. See what happens. Okay. I mean, it looks promising, although we stopped early. I don't know why. It should have gone hex 100 times, which should have been 256 times, and it stopped at... Okay, that's weird. It's blocked permanently. How many times did it send? Let me print out how many times it sends as well. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, I can't back out of the browser with circles, so... Well, that's fascinating. We crashed. Okay. Let me take a look at this. This was in the double free, actually, because I did uncomment the double free, so it's not too surprising that we crashed.
Alright, I'm back. Do you have the flag?
We have a crash. If that's... We got the SB flush internal crash. It didn't even finish all the rest of these, actually. We did the hex 100 send 2s, and then after hex 83 reads, we crashed. It didn't finish all the reads.
Is it incremental though?
This is incremental. You can see the 4040 and then the index. So
yeah, okay. Okay, so it crashed with the reads.
Yeah, it crashed after hex 83 reads. I don't know why it took so long, but I'm guessing the double free eventually just caused corruption eventually.
Have you verified that all of them are the correct numbering? So what could have happened is that one of the very early ones have a higher number than they should.
We can check. Let's go down in order. 40, 1, 2, 3, 6, 30.
Yeah, 30. Perfect.
Yep.
Nice. We hacked it.
We are Hollywood hackers.
We totally hacked it.
Yeah, because this should be sequential in ordering, so we know we fucked something up there. Okay. It happened really early on. Like, it only took it only took 7 receives for it to trigger. Okay. I am going to try this one more time, but I'm going to lower the iterations to X10 just to make sure we can reliably trigger it within the first 16 reads. But I think that we probably can.
I don't think that really matters. That's really not... We will, like, do the exploit strategy to handle that accordingly. So just leave it at X100, so it has a higher success rate or higher hit rate.
Okay, fair enough. So...
So what you could do is... actually, I think we should try that, because that's interesting.
Try what?
So what if we override that thing? So I'm not entirely sure how reliable or how much noise there is on the heap with the mbuffs, but assuming it's fairly quiet, what we could do is once we receive a packet out of order, we can send yet another packet with fully controlled content, and then we know, like, we're doing a targeted override, and then we also know when we're gonna hit that. So basically just reallocation, seeing how good the reallocation thing works. Just a couple tests.
So let me try to lay out the steps here. So we cause the double free, and then so that's step 1. Step 2 is we spray X100 incremental, right? And then we read 0x100, and then when we find one that's out of order, what do you want to do?
Then you send another one with fully controlled data, like 41, 41, 41, 41. Because then my assumption is when, for example, now we read like the what is it, the 8th or 9th packet, and we got like the OX30.
I think it was
if we at this point send a packet with for once, by the time we will read the 30 packet, we should receive just for once. Does that make sense?
But we're sending the 41s after we started reading, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we just continue reading after we send this? We just continue back up to 3?
Yeah. And then just continue reading. Basically, this is just, I wanted to test the primitives, the allocation, how good that works. And then we just finish reading.
Okay. So
what we want to do is we want to prepare another buffer beforehand. Or actually, you can reuse the send buffer after sending all of them.
yeah, actually, yeah, we can do that. So in the
Or corrupt buff, I guess that's also fine. Maybe makes sense. Don't know. Whatever. Works both.
So if that read does not equal 0 for 0 for 0, 0, 0 plus I.
No. So
Well,
in the send to loop, we. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's perfectly correct.
Yeah, no worries. So this is where we send the next packet. So we do a another send, and this is where we send the. Well, we can
Corrupt
use
data.
test data, but we want to write into it. So we'll write 414141. That will
I
send
should probably do the write right after the send, like not in the read thing.
I'm confused. We want to send it after we already have found.
Yeah, but we want to keep like as little noise as possible. So after sending all of it before the use sleep,
Oh, I
then
see.
is when we want to overwrite the data.
That way, there's less time in execution.
Yeah,
there.
less noise.
Yeah. Okay. But this should be good, I think. Actually, I don't even need the.
Yeah, and then maybe still OX 100 rather than OX 10.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to change that.
For read and for send.
Okay, we've got to beep the console real quick.
So what we expect to see is first the packet with out of order numbering, and then at that position we should have the 41414141.
Good point, Flats. You said you can't compare in 64 like this. Yep, sorry. That is right. Although I should be able to do a read 4, right? Or does read 4 also return an N64 instance? Let me double check. What is read 4 return? Yeah, read 4 doesn't return an N64, so I'll just do a read 4 since I'm only setting 4 bytes anyway. That should work. Thanks for pointing that out, Flats. I totally forgot about the N64 stuff. Yeah, fair enough. Or you know what I'll do actually? I'll just keep it as read 8, but I'll do dot low enabled cap locks. Is it dot LO or dot LOW? I don't remember. 64 should be near the top. It's low with a W. Okay. Okay, that should work. Now we're just comparing the lower bytes. It's not. Stop trying to get him to hack trophies for profits. I'm not interested in trophy stuff at all. I don't really care about that stuff.
Do you have no platinum trophies?
I have a few legitimate platinum trophies on my main PSN. My most proud one is probably the Black Ops 1 platinum because completing that campaign on veteran nearly broke me. So pretty proud of that platinum.
Sounds like we should play some Call of Duty Zombies.
I love zombies. I used to play it a ton. Have you played the remade maps on Black Ops 3? The Chronicles remasters of the Black Ops 1 maps?
I've played some of them, like a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
But don't really have friends to play with trying to do the Easter eggs, so
Fair enough.
kind of sucks.
Yeah, I have Black Ops 3 on the PC actually because they have mod tools for Black Ops 3 on PC and you can make your own zombie maps. So it's like really fun. I haven't done any custom mapping in a long time, but
I don't have like PC hardware, which would run, but I can try to use my PS4 Linux.
I don't think Black Ops 3 PC client will run on Linux. I don't know.
I mean, because the PS4 is the best hardware I have other than my MacBook Pro, but then I doubt any games will run there.
Yeah. I always forget that you don't have a Windows PC.
Yeah. So I'm actually proud of that.
Wow. We didn't even finish the sends before we panicked. So let's see what the panic was. Wow. We didn't get very far at all. we we didn't even get to send 3 packets. We sent
Yes.
3 and it crashed.
So this is where our first unreliability comes in. Oh,
Yeah, I think we're gonna start hitting stability issues now. Origins Black Ops 2 Zombies is the best. Origins is fun. It's one that you can't really play for long though. It's not a map you're gonna go 2 to 3 hours on unless you are playing with the most amazing players in the world, because it's difficult when you start getting the Panzer Soldats and stuff in. Is unlocking the 7.55 already real? I mean, if you're asking if the exploit is done, then no, not yet. Can you add debug log for the send to as well? For the, I think I do. Yeah, I do have a. What do you want to debug log, Flats? Because I do debug log the return value.
Oh, can you like do as little as possible between our send tos and the actual trigger? Like, for example, prepare all buffers and don't allocate buffers in between. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think we do allocate buffers in between. Do we?
Oh yeah, you totally do.
Oh,
Like
I sleep.
between.
I sleep actually.
No, not these sends, but the sends before which trigger the buffer, the bug.
Oh, you mean all these like move this down basically.
Yeah, basically after you trigger, you don't want to do anything but do more send tos.
Yeah. So we can do the double free send twos. We'll keep that debug log. We'll keep this debug log, which I just added for Flats. Okay. Transit was okay, but I'm the
Maybe
only one that likes Styrise.
even remove the debug from the send tos, like line 703.
We could, yeah. I guess we don't really need them. We do need these ones though, so we'll keep those.
Yeah, the other ones are fine, but that's like the critical one.
Transit was annoying. I didn't mind some of the little places in there, like town, but I didn't like Transit.
Black Ops 2, I did all the Easter eggs.
You know what my favorite map in Black Ops 2 actually was?
Die Rise.
No, Die Rise was fun, but I really liked Mob of the Dead. That was probably
Mob of the Dead.
Yeah, that was the Alcatraz Island one.
Yeah.
That one was extremely fun. It was difficult, but like stuff like the Hell's Retriever, which was the tomahawk basically that would like come back to you. That shit was so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you also upgrade that?
Yeah, I loved upgrading them, and I once got the golden spork. I once got that far. Why are the binds failing? What? Everything failed, and then it just died. Did I cut something out that I shouldn't have? What?
Maybe. Are you reusing some buffers or something in between?
No. But the bind... What? What even happened, dude? All I did was move the calls for the double free to later on. Maybe I've deleted one character somewhere? Maybe. I don't know what I would have...
Oh shit, this is gonna be hell to debug.
It crashed so quickly too. Like, I don't know. I'm guessing this is probably just going to be another SB. Yeah, another SB flush panic. So yeah,
All right,
all
then
I did was move them.
uncomment these two, the trigger ones, and then debug the failing bind and shit.
So move them back, you're saying?
No, just uncomment them so we don't trigger the bug.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
So that the beep counter doesn't go up.
Well, it's going to go up right now, but hopefully it'll be a while before it goes back up again.
Beep.
I don't know why just moving those syscall invocations would make the other shit fail, though. That's really strange. Especially because you can see in the dump here, like, nothing changed in the dump. It's valid. One thing I will add is I will add a debug log for the spray socket. Maybe it failed to create the spray socket for some reason. I don't know. Let's see if we have output. I don't think we do. I think it still has to do another cycle. Maybe it doesn't. Okay, yeah, it does. It's harder but shorter maps. For which? I missed the context for that.
I think it's still related to Black Ops.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what they're talking about there. I wish I had a global panic counter that I could read out on the PS4 to see how many times in its lifetime this PS4 has crashed. It's gotta be in like it's got to be getting close to 10,000. It's probably close to that. Like,
shit.
I don't know, man, because I did the 4.05 implementation on this PS4. I did 4.55, 5.05, testing for 6.72, testing for this one. The Mira crashes, the toolchain work. I mean, I've gotten a lot. Sony have counters already. Check text file on the system data partition. Oh, I'm gonna have to look. I am gonna have to look. I know it's over 1,000. I know it's over 1,000. I don't know how close it is to 10,000, but I know it's over 1,000. Did you kill your PS4? So, no, it just takes a while to power cycle.
When I did the internal HDD patches for PS4 Linux, I built Linux like more than 100 times. Because essentially I had no idea what I'm doing, so I just had like 3 different sources of code and I meshed them together.
At least we have UART now. Yeah, I love UART. It's so useful. You still don't have it, Teamstar. You gotta join the club, man.
It's yeah, but like for what?
Because it's just so useful.
Yeah, but like, what would I use it for?
For whatever you're doing next on PS4 Linux, you can get like if there's a crash, you'll be able to get the information from the Klog or the D message, for example.
That implies that I should do more drivers or like patches.
Look at this shit. It works perfectly fine. It's like it just maybe a solar flare hit it or something when we did it last time because the bind and everything works now. So let's comment in uncomment the double free and see what behavior gets exhibited. Let me just clear this screen because a lot of crap gets written there. I gotta close the window. I don't know what it does to the browser where the circle doesn't work anymore, but okay, this time the bind and stuff worked, which is pretty cool. Wow, look at this data. This looks like it could be kernel data. It's not what we sprayed, but it's something else. We did panic as well.
So did we trigger the case where we have an
This one failed on
earlier
SP drop.
number, a later number?
We have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Okay.
Did we trigger the send? Do we know that?
I did add a debug log on the send, I believe. Yeah, right here.
But it didn't trigger, did it?
It didn't trigger,
Oh,
no.
did it?
Oh, wait. No, sorry, it did right here.
It did.
Right here, yeah.
Oh, it did before too.
Yeah, because it read a 9 instead of the 5, which it was expecting. So it did the send. Why did... Before it read... Oh, yeah, it read a really late number earlier, right? It read 4030 or something. 4030, I think it read. This one did the same thing. It just read way less ahead. It read 9. So when it read that 9, it did the send to. And then the next couple recipes were okay. No, actually, only the next one was okay. Then it skipped 7 and went to 8, which triggered the send to again. And then it started receiving this garbage, and then it just died.
Okay, so let's think what that means. It means we can reliably... I
should actually move this to above the send to, because it is a little bit confusing the way it's being printed out. But that's just aesthetics.
I think... So how you are receiving these debug logs?
They're being sent through WebKit.
Okay, because I'm thinking now may be a good time to ditch them. Is there a can you log to your fancy UART from WebKit?
No. Because you need kernel to do that. I think I could use printf from the libc internal, but I don't think that gets captured to UART. I think that gets sent to one of the weird log devices, which
can you log to a file?
I could. The problem would be reading that file.
Wait, but you got like... Oh.
Like,
well, then you can... So basically, due to the log, we're creating more packets, which is directly impacting our heap primitive.
You think the packets that I'm sending for the debug log are messing with the...
Yeah, they will end up in the M buffer.
That's true. Although, if that were the case, then wouldn't one of these debug log messages be giving me garbage? It wouldn't be giving me this, like, beautiful prefix, right? It would be giving me one of the things we corrupt, but it hasn't done that.
Not necessarily.
Because here's the thing. This should be going over TCP, I believe. Yeah, because it's going over HTTP. So it might not be using mbuffs, or it might be using some other data structures that are unrelated, which may mean there might not be any confliction happening there.
So the thing is, if there were no other mbuff allocations, then as soon as we read the higher number, we free the buffer. Oh, actually, mpeak would be nice. Oh, would it? Basically, once we read it, it gets freed.
Yeah.
And then we send another packet to reallocate it.
Yeah.
But since we're not seeing our for one, something else reallocates it.
I kind of want to run this again just to see what happens, even though it obviously won't. Like, we'll probably get the same behavior, but I just want to run it one more time just to see what happens.
Actually, maybe keep the receive from the debug logs below the check for the send.
below the send.
Yeah.
But after, like, I could do it here.
Like
That way
after
it's
the
still
if.
in.
No. Oh, yeah, but that would only lock if it is.
Ah, yeah, that's true. I kind of want to keep it up here because it
Well,
makes it
then
a
do an
lot easier
else.
to read.
Make an else and do it in the else case too.
Yeah, we'll do that. Do it like that. Yeah, that
Yeah.
way you have less noise between the read and the send too. Okay, let's give it a shot. I'm gonna clear this log. PS4 is still in the process of rebooting, I'm pretty sure. The RSP register stands for Register for Superpowers, and it's where all the magic of your PC comes from. True. Mira can mess data too, as it's running in memory, maybe? I'm not running Mira. I haven't been running Mira. Because the panic path isn't taking the general fatal trap handler anyway, so Mira isn't adding anything to the crash log, so I haven't been running it.
Wait, how do you get UART? Oh, there's like, you don't need to have any exploits in this case to have UART.
I do run an exploit first before I run these tests, which I could remove actually because I'm not running Mira anymore. But yeah, I do have permanent UART, so let me change. Let me take that out because maybe it is adding noise. It's totally possible. Where do I have that? Right here. Let's comment all of that out. Okay. Fair point. We'll try to remove as much noise as possible there. So let's try running this again and see what happens. What the fuck?
Oh, that looks.
What is going on? Okay, hold on. Let's go up here for a
This
second.
is good actually.
So here it's off, so it sends. Here we're getting really weird shit.
Yeah, and then once it receives the 4-1 once, it triggers itself again. But the fact that it keeps doing the 4-1s is a very good sign that you can free and reallocate the same buffer over and over again.
Yeah, that looks kind of promising.
That looks very good.
I'm curious what this other thing is. Yeah, just set a cure, because this does look ASCII. I agree, Zeko.
Show it. Bring it.
Tad. Oh, resv dat. I think that's what it's saying. Which is interesting. I don't know how that gets in there, but it means there's
Is
definitely...
that something of your log, maybe? Rec v data?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, that's from the log. So I guess there is interference because that is ending up in the... Yeah. We're definitely getting some interesting corruption. My
Perfect.
eyes... I'm sorry, heathens. We'll get the light. We'll get the light out of here. We're vampires, I know. We're leaking Vita key, partially. Do you know about that meme, Teamstar?
What meme?
For the Vita, I think they used an initialization vector for crypto, and their IV was literally just A's all the way through.
Oh, wait, and I thought that was the key.
Vita...
It was the key.
Was it? I can't remember if it was the key or the initialization. I thought it was the
No,
IV.
it was the key.
It was the key? Okay, fair enough. I thought it was the IV. Oh, wait. I think it was Was it that they had a completely zeroed IV that I was thinking of? IV was
Maybe,
zeros.
but
Yeah, that's what it was.
that's not necessarily bad, depending on the context.
Well, it was bad in that context, I think. I think if they had a
No,
non-zero IV, I think they would have been in a better
I
position,
think
but
the problem was that the key was just ace.
that is a problem too. Yeah. They admire your work. Keep it up, fam. Thank you.
Have you seen like the CCC talk of the Vita guys where there was like, we are not allowed to tell you the key, but here's a completely unrelated image of an
Yeah, I
Amazon
remember that.
search.
Yeah. Um, I love all the CCC console talks. Like, there hasn't been one that has been bad. It's been pretty cool. So
You
we
should
haven't.
come to CCC.
What's that?
You should come to CCC.
I actually went to CCC in 2019.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
We should meet next time that thing.
Yeah, next time for sure. If, the world isn't on fire at the end of the year. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met a few people at CCC actually. I met some people from a Discord I'm in from the reverse engineering Discord. I think I met Flats actually at 2019 CCC as well. I was totally screwed though for it because the time drift between where I live and where you live is 6 hours, I think. Is that correct? What time is it for you right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's like 1:30.
So I had a 10-hour flight there, and I landed at like 9 a.m. and I was completely knocked out. And I was there for like 3 days, and I slept through most of the conference, honestly.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make the same mistake because the mistake I made was I didn't want to fly out until Boxing Day, and by the time I obviously arrived on the first day of the conference, since I arrived on the 27th. Next time I go, I'm gonna fly out earlier so that I can actually adjust before the conference, so I'm not completely knocked out for the entire thing. I do want to. Oh, there's the panic. Okay, I was expecting it. What was that? Sorry.
Do you get a register dump when you panic?
No. If it's a fault, like if it's a page fault or like a access violation, I will through Mira. But because this is an assertion failure, it doesn't go the same path, so I don't get a register dump.
Okay.
We could maybe try to patch something in.
No, actually, we should go to the very next step. So we verified our allocation or overlapping primitives are working as expected. Now is the time to allocate the struct.
Colin J, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome in. So you're saying to allocate a mbuff with an extended header and overlap with that to try to trigger like a page fault or something, maybe.
Yes.
Okay. So so instead of spraying with the send to, what would we replace,
Can you show me the log real quick again?
The debug log?
The WebKit, yeah, the debug log.
Yeah.
So the one very promising one. So when was the first overlap? Was at 12? But
12 was when the first send happened. And then we got 97, which triggered another send.
Okay, so what is at 97?
What's that?
Yeah, can you go down to when we would expect 97?
I think we get 4 ones before we get 97. Yeah.
Is that so?
Yeah, we get to hex 83, and then it's all 4 ones from there. So yeah, I'm just trying to think of how we'd want to go about it. So when we detect a corruption, right? So let's say we're running through this, we hit the 12. So in here, instead of sending hex 4 ones,
we want to allocate the extended header.
okay, and then how do we want to smash it? Because we're only spraying one thing right now. What you're suggesting, we want to do two.
So basically, it's one thing we need to maybe figure out first why there are two corrupt buffers. Like, why is the 12 corrupt and the 9.7 corrupt? Is that because two? Yeah, why is that the case?
I don't know.
Because that may impact. I would assume there's just one, but there's actually, in this case, two.
Back to back. There's back to back corruption here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because it should be doing hex A here, but it does 12, and then it should be doing hex B, and then it does 97.
Is it maybe because the size we're using is wrong?
The M buffs should all be in the same slab, so I don't think the size should matter. As long as it's under the cluster size, which I think is like 256 or something. Let me just check.
So,
what is M size?
So whatever we send, it should still always end up in the same allocation.
It should, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what's weird is we're only triggering the double free once. Like, we're not triggering that in a loop. But we're getting a lot of corruptions. Like, we're getting...
No, this is actually at least just two. The other ones are due to the way we coded the resend.
But we should only be getting a double free on one M buff. Which means we should only be getting two corruptions. But we're getting 2, 3... like 40. Like, we're getting a lot of corruptions in here, like more than I'm expecting.
No, the for once these are not like more corruptions. This is just the same buffer getting reallocated over and over and overwritten multiple times, because every time we get it for one, we free a buffer and override it with for one again. So these are not more corruptions. I'm seeing at least two corruptions.
Well, there's 3 if we discount the 4 ones, right? Because we have this one too. Whatever, or the rest fee data one that somehow gets in there.
Oh, it's the same one, because once you receive the what was it, the 12th one, right?
So this is the first one. This one should have been A,
Yeah.
but it's 12. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you receive the one saying 12, by the time that gets freed, and then when you receive...
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, because this is in the 12 slot.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then we have the 13 slot.
So 12 and 97.
Oh, can you send the for one thing twice? If we hit one?
Why do you want to send it twice?
Because if for some reason we have like 2 adjacent corruptions, we should fill both of them with for ones.
So just do that pretty much?
Just copy and paste that, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see how that behaves. Oh,
sorry,
wait, is that correct? No, that's the wrong loop.
Oh, yeah, shit, you're right. It is the wrong loop. It should be this one. Okay.
Yeah. Let's do that as a quick final test, and after that we should move to the extended buffer.
As for people that said mostly front end, remember that JS does more than that nowadays. I mean, yeah, you've got things like WebASM as well. You can do a lot more than just a back end. And you have Node.js as well, which brings it into the server space. JavaScript has taken over a lot more than, what it was, say, 10 years, 12 years ago. What does the icon on the top right mean, by the way? That's our beep counter. That counts how many times the PS4 beeps when we restart it from crashing it and stuff like that. Little fun thing, legacy thing that got carried over from the first IPv6 bug investigation. Okay, so let's give this a shot and see what happens. I'm going to clear the log again as per usual. You know what, actually, it's not actually... Can I clear the scroll back as well? I'd like to. PowerShell clear backlog. I do not know much about PowerShell, so this is... clear history, maybe? Whatever. I don't... Yeah, CLS doesn't... It just resets it. It doesn't actually clear the history, but whatever. I don't care enough to look into it too far. Alright, so let's try it and see what happens. We're getting very similar behavior to last time, which is good. It means it's consistent at least. So...
Alright, at this point we don't care. We probably can already scroll up to the first.
So
Alright.
it corrupts very quickly. It goes from 0 to 9. So the first, or the second packet that gets sent is already screwed up. And then it continues 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, B. We get whatever this is, and then we send the 4 ones again. Here we get probably something from the debug logs again, because that looks like ASCII again.
Okay, so we
and then we get the 4 ones pretty quickly.
And it is B. Okay, oh, which one is that? Is that the B?
So we have 7, 8, 9, A, B. Yep, B. But 9 doesn't get corrupted. Or actually it does, but it's not corrupted with the 4 ones. It's corrupted with something else. Whatever this is, which, let me just see. Oh, okay, maybe it's not ASCII. I don't know what that is. It's something else.
Okay, wait, let's look at that. Might be some header.
Could be.
Okay, so the first one that gets corrupted is which one? Is the index 1?
Index 1 gets corrupted, which hits 9.
Yeah, it's 9, okay.
9 gets hit with this, and then B gets corrupted, and B gets hit with the 4 ones.
So the B and the 4 ones correspond to each other.
Yeah.
8.
So I think that probably should have happened here too. It's just because of noise, we didn't fill the slot. Something else got the slot, whatever this crap is. That's what I'm assuming. So I think your line of thinking checks out. It's just not 100% stable. Something else could end up taking the allocation from us.
So we can either try to fix that or move on.
We could move on and assume your line of thinking, like, Maybe when we remove the debug logs, this won't happen. Or something. I don't know. But I think your strategy still checks out, because the 4.1 did occupy the B slot.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Right, so what would you say the next step is? Maybe trying to switch out one of these allocations for an extended header?
I mean, yeah, because what we do next is instead of sending for one, we want to allocate an extended header.
On the first one, though, right? Because the second one we do want to hit with 4 ones. Because we want to smash
we don't want to have the for ones any. So basically, as soon as we read a higher number than we should, in that same moment, we freed one of the two allocations pointing to the same buffer, right?
Yeah.
So we hope to then send an extended header, which will fill that same allocation again. What now happens is we have the extended header and our numbering again on the same thing. For example, there's so much shit going on, so it's hard to read the log. For example, the B allocation. So in slot where we would expect 8, we have the B, right?
Yeah.
So once we read the index 8 and we see B, we send the 4 ones, which then allocate the slot. And then we know that once we read the mbuff at index B, we will get back whatever we just allocated. So when we read the slot index 8 but see the B, we want to allocate an extended header. Then once we reach the slot B and read it, what happens is we will read back the
header
extended
data.
header that we allocated. But at the very same moment, we send yet another packet, which is our controlled data. And then by the time we reach the slot where we would read back our extended header, it will read back the data we essentially overrode it by that time. And this is our kind of trigger. Because then what we do is we overwrite the pointer to for one, and it tries to dereference the pointer, and then we should kernel panic.
But we need to write those 4141s to get that overwrite, right? So we need to keep one of the 4.1 writes in the send to. Do we want to maybe on the first overlap spray the extended header, and on the second corruption issue we spray the 4.1s? Is that what you're suggesting? Because we can do like a corruption counter and then just do different actions on each. Like, let's say in this instance, right?
Yeah, because, okay, so if we know that on the first one, we want to spray the extended header, but at the time we're spraying the extended header, we know exactly which slot it will be in. We can just remember the number.
Right, okay. Night's Echo, by the way. Alright, so, yeah, we'll track that. So, corrupted index, we'll just set the -1. So,
actually do an array, because for some reason we have 2 corruptions.
Well, that's what I'm thinking is, if corrupted index is set to -1 and we get a corruption, we'll take one path. If corrupted index is set, then we'll take another path. So, what we'll do here...
No. Basically, we have 2 overlaps, and we should just do everything twice then. Just do corrupted index 1 and corrupted index 2.
Okay. So, on the first one, so let's just remove this code real quick. get it back after if we need it. So if corrupted indexes 0 is -1.
I wouldn't do it that way.
Why?
Because here you check the buffer. So in this if statement, we fuck Siri. In this if statement, we want to allocate the extended header, and then you should before do if basically the if statement you just wrote, you should move it up. Like if corrupted index 0 is not -1, else if corrupted index dude, I'm tripping. Anyways,
the reason I'm doing it this way is this way we know it's the first corruption because corrupted indexes is the default value, right? So if it's set like this is where we would send the extended header, and then on the else we know we're on our second corruption, so this is where we send the 4 ones. Does that make sense?
this is not what we want.
Why
Because
though?
these are individual. Because these are not tied together. This is not the way we want it to work.
Oh wait, hold on. What if we change this to if I equals corrupted? I don't know why we need 2 corrupted indexes actually.
Because we have 2 corruptions for some reason.
Yeah, this should be correct, right? This way, on the corrupted index, we send the 4 ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you want to do if I equals corrupted index 0 or I equals corrupted index 1. Then send the 4 ones.
All right.
But this if statement you want to move above line 724.
What, you want to move this up here?
No, like
no, you want to move
the if statement in line 731. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And then for the read 8 if statement, we want to do an else if. No, that was correct. Dude.
What? I had it as you said.
Yeah, the stream is a bit behind. This is why we're talking like.
What? So you want it up here, is what you're saying? Up on 724. Okay, I don't really understand why, but I'll let you.
First, you want to check if I is one of the corrupted indices, and else if you want to check P read 8.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then that's where we would put this.
No, that's correct. 724 was correct.
I didn't change 724. 724 is the same as it has been.
You want to check for both corruptions. If I is corrupted index 0 or corrupted index 1.
Yeah, I did.
Could be either.
Okay. So this is where we want to send the 4 ones. If it is not one of the corrupted indexes, then we check for this, and then this is still correct, right?
Yeah, so you have wait, that if we might need that. If corrupted index 0 equals -1, we set corrupted index 0 to I, else we set corrupted index 1 to I.
And then we send the extended header in the first one, yeah? Because that would...
No, in either case.
In either case, okay.
So you can move the send, below that. Or above, whatever.
Yeah, I'll probably move it above, just because it's cleaner. So send extended, and then we'll do the send extended here as well. Right, okay, that makes sense. Everything else should be good. So let's do the send 4.1 first, because we already have that written, so I can just copy and paste that over easily.
Oh, I mean, you can do it before you check corrupted index 0 and 1, so you just need to do it once.
Wait, We only want to send the 4 ones if we know we're in a corrupted index.
Oh, I mean, I'm talking about the other two, like the read 8, the send extended header. You can, like, before you check the indices.
Oh, just send it in here, you mean? Like that?
Yeah, stream's a bit behind, but I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Let me check if I can kind of make the stream.
Sometimes if you refresh the page, it like
Yeah,
syncs you
try
up better.
it.
Anyway. Okay, so we have the 4 ones sending. Now we need to send an extended header, which we can do. So the way we set MEXT is if we send a clustered packet, which means
so just a large one.
I think I think as long as we send a really large packet that's over 256, it should allocate an extended header. So we'll just do something similar here. I don't need this thing. So we'll send it over here as well. We'll
Also,
just do a really
assuming
large packet.
that we can send packets larger than 10 bytes, we probably want to send larger than 10 byte packets because then it will corrupt more fields.
Yeah, we can send like a 64 byte packet, for example.
Yeah, should be good.
So in test data, I will do a 64 test data dot to,
and make sure the allocation for test data is large enough.
Yep. 64 is divisible by 8, so that will work out. I just need to make sure test data is 64 bytes. That will work. So now we're spraying a full thing of 64
wait,
bytes.
if you're doing 8 bytes, then you should do more bytes in the override, because now we're only writing 4 bytes.
There we go. No, I can't do it like that because of the N64 class. So var corruption data equals N64 corruption data dot low. Okay, that should work. All right. I could use a write 4, but I'm just going to use the N64. Okay, so now we just need to send a really large packet, which I've already done. I will do a test data 2, actually, for that. So we can do test data, do a test data 2. We'll make that 200 just to be safe. So test data 2, and then for do we want to continue sending 10 byte packets for the first spray, or do we want to increase those?
Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter because we only care about the first 4 bytes. I thought the size would matter for the mbuff, but if it doesn't, then we don't really care.
Yeah, I don't think it does. So this will be test data 2, and then I'm just gonna do up here AP.
Oh no, that's incorrect.
What's incorrect?
That should be test data.
What should be test data?
The send you just modified.
Yeah, that one should
that's
be.
the for one case.
Yeah. And this will be test data 2. We'll just make these 4 3s. This one I will make a write 4 because I don't want to write different data. I'll just do it simpler here. Change that to a write 4, and we'll just do let's just do C's. That'll make it easy to tell. Okay. And that we want to do up to.
Wait, which one is that?
Above 254. We need to go to 300. Let's do 300. Or rather,
test data 2?
We'll do hex 100 or hex.
Wait, hex data 2 is hex 200 in size. Just fill it hex 200.
Yeah, might as well. We just need a large packet. We don't need a specific size one. And then we'll do hex 200 for this one as well. Okay, I think that's good. We're probably going to panic here when I get out of the browser, but we'll deal with that. Yeah. I miss the old days of just updating the Sun enabler every time Sony releases new firmware. Yeah, the PS3 era is gone. Sorry, somebody did say new in 64. That is a good point, actually. That should be new in 64. Thank you for pointing that out. And actually, if I remember correctly, the N64 constructor has low-high, so I don't even need to do this weird thing I was doing. I can just do that. There we go. All right. So let's restart the system.
Another thing we need to consider is now with our if cases, logging is different than we had it before. And after we successfully read all OX 100, whatever, we want to read more probably.
Read more?
Yeah, because now we're sending more data.
Okay. Do we want to just read until we can't read anymore? Just try to get everything out of the queue?
That's a good question, actually.
We could just keep reading
sure.
until read fails. I think that would be the easiest way. That way we don't need to track everything we send.
I guess for a POC that works.
Yeah.
Or you can do one single very, very large read. Or whatever works. Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Let's do that. Why use Python 2.7? That's just what I wrote for the server in, because I wrote it a while ago. I actually copied the code over from when I wrote PS4 console, which I did in 2018, so that's why it's 2.7. I could convert it to 3 easily, I just don't care to. So let's just clear that.
Well, before you test, we probably want to have more debug logging, I guess, because now we only log in the else case. Maybe add the exact same logging after we send the target packets.
I could just read up here, right? That would be fine, I think.
No, because then it corrupts the
yeah, it would
messes
corrupt
with the
send.
allocation.
Yeah, so we'll just do it after the sends in both cases.
Yeah.
Okay. Leads to a lot of messy code, but that's okay.
Also do the oh, you're already testing, never mind then. Should be good.
Yep. It crashed actually. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say we could do the send cases in either case twice. Just for, I don't know.
Like duplicate the sends in both?
Yeah.
Okay, we could do that. Flats is saying we can use an mdebug service to print mdebug service number 7. I never knew about that. I don't know if I have it labeled here. What's the format for the call? This mdebug service.
What is mdebug?
It's Sony's proprietary debugging subsystem. Retail has some of it. It's mostly intended for dev kits and stuff. But they have like custom, like all their crash dumps and stuff are handled through this mdebug system, as they call it. So case number... Wait, where is number 7? Am I blind? I don't see number 7. Maybe Binge is just not seeing it. What is it switching on? It's switching on RAX1 0E10 10 1C 3 1C. God damn it. There it is. So let me just copy that address so I can safely go back. So that copies in the string and prints it and then frees it. Is it really that simple? Okay. Just one argument. Okay, cool. I will give that a shot. I think I'll run it this way for now, and then I'll change it over to that after we get our next crash. What's that?
What exactly does it do?
It's so mdebug service is a system call they have for facilitating some of their debugging stuff in kernel. And there's a service, case 7, Flats says, that will just print directly to the kernel log. Which is pretty crazy that they expose that capability. Like, I don't know why they would let anybody write to kernel log like that, but yeah, apparently you can.
So we can use that instead of the debugging?
Yeah, we can just get our logging over UART instead of using HTTP logging. Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you, Flats. So I will keep the code as it is for now on our test, just to see what happens, and then I'll switch everything over. I do have to do our beep increments here. After this test, before I switch over to mdebug service, I might take a quick break. I ran out of coffee quite a while ago. Spectre Flats is here, yeah. Yeah, we've been chilling out with Flats for a while. Binary Ninja is better for loading PS4 Elf. I just like using Binary Ninja better than IDA. Although in some cases, Binja is a little bit shaky. But yeah, I really like using Binary Ninja, and I try to use it whenever I can. Drink water? I've been drinking water, don't worry. I actually just took a drink, so no worries. We're not dying today. So we're still rebooting here, so just need a second. We are up to 16 beeps. It's actually low, because we were messing around a lot before we even got to triggering the bugs, so we're lower than I thought we would be at this point. I mean, we're about 2.5 hours in, so. Can you upload this code to a Git repo? Like, keep an ongoing Git repo as we're working through it on the stream? I guess we could. I don't see why we couldn't. It's just... I'd have to try to keep it updated. Like, I guess I could do a commit at the end of every stream or something like that, yeah. Just write to dev tty. You can't do that in the browser. I don't even think that device is in the browser sandbox. And I'd like to run this exploit without doing any, without jailbreaking first if possible. That way the noise is kept to a minimum. Hello, I have a question. Does this exploit end well in 7.55 or no? Thank you for answering me a message. I believe this bug exists in 7.55, but I don't want to say that with 100% certainty. I believe it was patched in 8.00, according to people who diffed it.
So many people are asking when ETA 755 jailbreak.
Yeah, I mean, that's just PS4 people. It's,
same
it
for
happens.
iOS.
Yeah. Okay. So we're running it again here. Let's just see what happens. Did we panic already again? Or no, it's just sending them.
Oh, that seems promising.
So, oh. There's the panic.
Panic?
Yeah.
Panic?
Okay, shit.
All right.
Okay, this is our newest run. So, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3D. So this is our first corruption.
All right, the D one. Okay, perfect.
So that should be sending the 4 ones.
No, it should allocate the large thing. Because corrupted, it should not send the 4 ones because corrupted index 0 and 1 are still -1.
Yeah, you're
it
right.
should send
Okay.
the extended header twice.
Yep. So that should get sent twice. And then when we get to D, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
But D
8.
actually looks like ASCII. Can you check that?
C, T. Yes, it is. That is ASCII for sure. S or POST post. Yeah, that's the post from the debug log.
Okay.
So yeah, we gotta remove this shit. We can't. We gotta use Flatz's advice, I think, because we're getting too much interference.
All right, but let's see how it continues.
So this is even more. This is probably continued from the post. Let me just see.
That's probably also ASCII.
HTTP. Yep. And then later on, these are from the big packet that we sprayed. And then we have this as well, which is probably more post shit. Recipe from, yeah. Alright. Why is it backwards? Because of endianness. PS4 is little endian, so it's least significant is last. Or sorry, least significant is first. Alright, so yeah, let's get rid of our... Actually, you know what? We'll just modify debug log to... Instead of using Ajax, I will just modify it to use the syscall. Unfortunately, though, that means I will have to move it because... let's do it right before the run. Let's define it here. So... bar debug log equals function debug log message. So this is gonna do p.syscall sysmdebug service. I don't remember the exact prototype for this silly function. I believe the service is RDI. Is it RDI? Allocate memory first before the call. Yeah, I don't need that. I just do it out of familiarity.
Pro tip, printf input string is 3 times faster than printf %s input string. Remember, keep your code as efficient as possible.
We need all that performance. Alloc mem and reuse it to store the string. Oh, yeah. Fair point. Debug string, we'll just give it a... I don't think... Well, give it 1000 bucket. We have lots of memory to work with. So we'll make it so... Do I have a right string primitive? No, I have stringify, which doesn't alloc. So I'll just copy this.
We want to avoid allocs, though.
Well, we're doing the alloc before we do any of the debug logging. It's just I need to
stringify.
Oh, I'm not going to call this. I'm just stripping code out of it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna copy this. That's all. So in here, I'll do a... Here we'll have to do debug string dot backing. Is Malik's a uint 8, I think, so that should be correct. Yeah, it's a uint 8 array. Okay, so I can use it like that. So I'll set the backing to the char code, and then we'll just So this should be 7, and this should be debug string. Is that correct? For the prototype?
And then a 0, he says. Another
okay.
argument after debug string 0.
Yeah, I think psyscall pushes zeros for the rest of the registers anyway, but we'll do it. Just
don't forget to 0 terminate the string.
Do we not do that?
Well, in your debug log function when you copy it over.
Yeah, I guess not. But stringify does that, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Oh, it does. It does technically. In stringify it does, sorry. Because yeah. I'll have to handle that in debug log. Good point. So in debug log we'll do debug string dot backing str.length. Perfect. That should do it. Maybe, you know what? I'm gonna do a return early. I don't want to run the exploit. I just want to test our logging.
Oh yeah, can you fix another thing when we set the corrupt index?
What do you want fixed?
So basically, we check if corrupt index 1 is not equal 1, and then have the else case. Can you change that to an else if, and if corrupt index 1 isn't -1?
If it is -1, you mean?
No, yeah, if it is -1,
yeah.
Then so we don't keep overwriting that one.
Yeah, fair enough. Good point. All right, so let's test that our debug logging works. So I didn't restart the system, did I? Fuck. All right. I really got to try to start doing this while we're working on stuff so that I don't have to wait. I should really, you know what we should do? Maybe I'll just do another like side stream where I'm just writing up something for a Raspberry Pi to like move a arm to turn back on the PS4 automatically or something. That'd be neat. Have like an automated solution to recover from panics.
Move? Did you say move an arm?
Yeah, move like a little arm with a rubber, like, I don't know, something to hit the button.
Like you're talking about a physical arm or like the CPU in a Raspberry
No,
Pi?
No, a physical arm. Using arm to move a physical arm. Didn't change the -1. Both indexes are -1 by default.
How do you operate that though? With arms?
I guess I'd have the Raspberry Pi go to my PC reading the serial, and then when it detects a panic string, it would do it automatically.
Oh, the correct answer would have been with my arm.
Oh, okay, that would work too. Arm to right arm to move an arm. Okay, we're on our second reboot, which should mean in a few seconds we should be good to go. Just use Lego. Yeah, I mean there's some crazy Lego sets out there. It might be something to do it already. You never know. I saw a video where somebody used a Lego like motor thing to break apart a metal Lego stick or something. They used one of the motors that came with the Lego sets and used it to apply so much torque that it twisted the metal. It was pretty cool, actually. I think they had to add like a bunch of gears to it to make it twist, but after they added so many Lego gears, it worked, yeah. The axle one? Yeah, it was like a steel axle, I think. Little steel axle thing that they tore apart. Okay, so let's see if our logging works. It should end up in our log here when it works. Test. Thank you, Flats. That's awesome. I never knew about this. That makes testing so much easier.
You should add in your debug log function \n.
Yep. One step ahead of you, actually. This can technically overflow if I go like hex 1000, but I don't really care. Not right now, anyway. Yep. Now it does a new line. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't. I don't think it did the new line because it did the test and I printed right beside it.
Do you need /r/n maybe?
I don't think so. I guess maybe we do. Oh man. I mean, maybe your fuck Windows argument here is correct. I wouldn't think that Putty would use carriage return, but maybe it does. I mean, I guess it is a Windows program, so it would make sense if it does too.
Huh.
No, it still didn't work. Am I missing something? What am I missing? Putty can. It depends on the settings. Okay. I don't even know if I can reach terminal. I mean, I don't know why it's even the carriage return isn't working though. That's what's weird. You know what? Let me just look up an ASCII table and do the raw values. Maybe it's something with JavaScript.
Oh yes.
CR is D. And what is...
And the other one should be A.
Yeah. So hex D, hex A. Yep, there we go. We got new lines. Goddamn JavaScript. All right, cool. Use charcode at. Oh yeah, I could have used charcode at. Yeah, that's what we do here. Actually, fair point. But whatever. Sorry, Flats. I try to read chat as much as I can. It's just when I get focused in code, it gets tough. All right. So yeah, we have really nice logging now thanks to Flats. So I can delete this and everything should work as before, but we shouldn't get the log here. We should get it in...
I guess just rerun, but I think our M header allocation doesn't yet work as intended, but we'll see.
Our extended header?
Yeah, I'm not confident it really allocates the way we want it to, but like, let's just rerun it and see what happens now.
Okay, sounds good. So our log probably will get, like, mixed up with crap being written because they don't lock rights, but we'll see.
Oh, this looks nice.
No! We have a reference error, but I think that's probably fine. I just saw the test RV4. Oh yeah, that's after everything runs. That's whatever. Whatever. Okay.
Okay, let's examine the log.
Yep, I just wanted to trigger the panic. That way I can restart because I knew it was going to happen. Copy all the clipboard. Let's go over here. Okay, so we have 0, 9. We got a quick corruption again. 9 has our C's, which is good because we spray the extended, or we try to spray the extended header, which is going to include the C's. And then we get 2.
This is... Wait, is the C's the extended header one?
Yeah, that's the large payload. I made it all hex C's. Because, God damn it. Where do they have it again? Here at C. Yeah. For test data 2, I use C's because a cluster, an mbuff cluster, should get allocated when sending more than 256 bytes. So I just sent like 250, or I guess, what is hex 200? Is that 512? I can't remember. Yeah, I sent hex 512, or rather 512 Cs, or hex CCs. So that's why that's occupying... I think that makes sense, that it occupies the slot that we corrupt. What's interesting is that 7 gets hit as well, but then 7 is fine. It doesn't get hit with the 4 ones, which is a bit weird. In fact, our 4 ones never seem to get sprayed, or they never show up. Yeah, the 4 ones never show up. So that's kind of interesting. And our crash was not a bad dereference or anything. I think it was a, yeah, the SB drop panic.
Huh, interesting. So maybe we should read back the data. And then spray the 4 ones every time we read C's.
So
what I'm not quite sure yet is whether type confusion happens or not. Like, can you show me the Sublime struct again?
Yeah. So here's the structure. So what I think is happening is when we're sending a 512 bytes of Xerox CCs, 256 of those are ending up in this data buffer. And then when it goes to do the next 256, it's going to write this extended header, which points to the next mbuff, because they're linked, right? And then the next data buffer will have the rest of the hex CCs.
Oh, that is an issue, though.
Start beeping. Good point. Thank you. But yeah, I believe that's what should be happening under the hood.
Okay, but that's an issue, though, because then the data buff falls in the slot while the extended header does not. So we need to rethink that.
The extended buffer gets used, or the extended header gets used in the first
No,
packet.
you're saying that if we send a large one, it is split into 2 mbuffs, with the first being the data buff and the second one being the struct.
No, the first one will have the header pointing to the next one and data on the data buff. So, like, you'll have 2 mbuffs with this, right? You'll have 1 mbuff, or first mbuff. It's gonna have this MH extended stuff set.
Okay.
Which will point to the second mbuff, right? And then the second mbuff will have the rest of the data. And then this will also have the first 256 bytes of Xerox CC in this data buffer right here. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, although it's not exactly what we're seeing, because what we're seeing is that what I think we're seeing is that the second mbuff falls into our slot, which is not what we want. Because otherwise, why would we see the C's? Right? We shouldn't see the C's. We should see kernel memory. Like,
Maybe. No, because I looked at send 2 and it worked the way I thought. So if I look at sys send 2, send it was what I was looking at before. Let me just close all these because I have a lot of shit open that I don't need anymore. Send it. So it allocates this control mbuff, and then in the sock args, if the buff length is over mlen, which is 256, it does a MCL bytes. What's MCL bytes? Is it too large, maybe? 1 shifted by MCL shift. What is that? That's
11. Should be good.
X 800. Okay. Yeah, so see right here, it'll do an mget, but if the buff length is larger than 256, it does the MCL get. And the MCL get is the cluster, is the one that allocates a cluster. And it sets that extended buffer up. On a cluster allocation failure. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why it's not overlapping. Have fun. I'm going to head to bed. It's past 2 a.m. already for me. All right. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Have a good night. Did I type it wrong? Yeah, I did. Sorry, it's M. mbuff clusters can be allocated and configured with the use of the MCL get macro. Each mbuff cluster has MCL bytes in size. Allocate and attach a cluster to mbuff. Historically, consumers would check for success by testing the M extension flag on the mbuff, but this is now discouraged. But basically, the reason it was suggested for that historically is this function will set the extended header flag on the mbuff because it has to chain them together for the cluster. So yeah, my line of thinking should check out there. I don't know why we're not getting the overlap.
I mean, are we getting overlap? Can we see the log again?
Yeah.
Like, do we see the C's at the location we would expect it? Yeah, 9, 9, that checks out.
Right. So I'm just scrolling.
So something's definitely overlapping.
Forward 1 all the way up. There's a good streak here of legitimate stuff. And then we get this C's.
Yeah, because we resend it every time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we want to fix that probably too.
But yeah, I don't know where our hex 4 ones are going, essentially. Because we should be getting the hex 4 ones being sent right here on the 7. But then on the 7, it's correct. So I don't know what's going on there.
Well, there might be multiple allocations.
Yeah, there might be.
Can you go to the one where we check the indices? Oh yeah, this one exactly. No, the one lower. Descent extended. Maybe move up the index check above the send and to add an else case that we continue, basically so that we don't send more extended headers if we already have triggered it twice. Actually, not sure whether we need that or not, so.
Like that?
No. It would do else continue and then below the send.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I had it backwards. Okay. Yep.
I'm
Okay.
actually thinking whether this is our best approach.
I'm thinking it makes sense because if you've... Yeah, you only want to send it in the cases where you haven't corrupted the
So this
indexes
is,
yet.
yeah, this is kind of the controlled case. But then we still need to figure out why we see C's instead of some, I don't know, kernel data from the mbuff.
Well, it could be the case where we're sending too many, like you were suggesting earlier. Maybe if we do it this way, we will see kernel data. We can at least give it a shot and see what
What if we
happens.
send another fragmented packet again?
Like, instead of continuing, we send, like...
No, instead of like these huge packet, we send an fragmented one. That should be a special one, right?
We could try that. Yeah. I kind of want to try what code we have here just to see what happens, and then we can switch to that
Okay,
track. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. I just wanted to see, can you... Yeah, you can clear scroll back. Yeah, okay. PS4 is restarted by now for sure. So let's run it and see what happens.
Oh, he actually does use set sock opt for spraying his controlled data.
Something was up. We froze. Okay, that's weird. Try it again, I guess. Okay, we keep freezing after 8.3 after our newest changes.
But no crash?
No crash, no. We're not crashing at all, actually. This is the third time I've been able to run it.
But do we have the overlap trigger?
That's what I'm going to check for. Yeah, we get corruption because our first two indexes are wrong. They should be 0 and 1 and they're 5 and 6.
Hmm.
But then 5 and 6 are just normal. They're not overlapped.
Yeah, I think this suggests that our extended header allocation isn't working properly.
Okay. We could try changing to fragmented packets, yeah. I mean, our original idea, if I scroll back up, was to trigger the double free and then get a fragment in, corrupt, and then get the other fragment in, right?
Oh, these was for controlling allocations and freeze, but we're using the Centus now, which I think is better. So we don't need to worry about a lot of fragments. So basically, the reason I want to send a fragmented packet is because that will not get allocated as just data buffer, right? It will allocate the struct.
We know for
Right.
sure it'll allocate the extended header, yeah.
Yeah, so good enough.
Okay. All right, we'll get to that in a few minutes. I'm going to take a quick break because I'm going to go make a coffee and hit the restroom as well.
All right, me too then.
Okay, we'll be back in a few minutes. We do have another little challenge image up for anybody who's interested in that. So yeah, go ahead and take a look if you want. Otherwise, we will be back in a few minutes. Okay, I think we should be back. Um, we were gonna try to fix the beatbot, but it didn't end up working out because OBS. Did anybody figure out the challenge solution? What if you send a large packet exceeding the limit? Length can be between 0 and 1024. Why would the length be negative? Okay, so it seems like there's still some work to try to figure it out. Okay. All good. No solution yet. All right. So I will mention now that I'm back also, I do have kind of a hard cutoff around 10:30 my time, which is in about just under 2 hours. Does that sound reasonable to you, Teamstar?
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Okay.
actually today was pretty wasted, so I took a nap, and then when I woke up, I was like, "Oh, I should probably let you know that I want to cancel the stream." And then I opened up Twitter and saw the announcement. I was like, "All right, I'm not getting out of here."
Oh, blame Z. He sent out the tweet.
No,
Um,
it's fine.
do you want to end maybe a little bit early then? Maybe in like an hour and about an hour?
I
Because
don't know. So far, I'm feeling good, so I
okay,
will let you know when I.
yeah. I mean, probably 10 to 10:30 Eastern is when I'm gonna cut off because I've got to order food, so I can't go too late. So okay, so what we're
Sounds
gonna
good.
yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna change this to send a fragmented packet.
Actually, I just thought about that. There is an issue with sending a fragmented packet, which is how do you trigger deallocation or like processing of that packet?
Um,
Because if we send like the second part of the fragment, we trigger the bug again, which I think we want to avoid. And if we don't send it, then it may potentially time out at some point, but I don't think that's a very good like exploit strategy. I mean, we could send it just to test if we can leak it back, but for then going further, we need to trigger processing of it, which is I think is hard.
yeah. So we could send a fragmented packet that's valid that doesn't trigger the bug. Um,
Oh, we have those?
I think so because I think the reason the bug works is let me go up to where we trigger it, which is here roughly, right? So I think the issue with the bug is when we try to. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping around here to try to find it. So it calls m pull up and tries to rearrange the chain if there is not enough space available. So we could change it so there is enough space available so that the bug doesn't trigger, but we still use
That
fragmented
would
packets.
that would be perfect.
Yeah, and then we can determine when it frees by reading it out, right?
No, by sending the second part.
Uh, I don't think sending the second part should free the first part, will it?
I think so, because basically the way we trigger the buffer is we send in invalid ICMP packet or like an ICMP packet at all. And by the time we send the second one, you can process the full packet. But before, when sending only the first fragment, we can't process the full packet because the full packet isn't there yet. So by completing the packet, it gets processed for ICMP. I think you don't even need to receive it or anything.
Okay.
So if we send another ICMP packet, that should get like processed once the second part arrives.
Okay, so I
Does that make
guess
sense?
I think it kind of registers. It's just weird logistics, I guess. Um, so
What we can do is we can send the first fragment unchanged. That way we can just test whether we can read back kernel data before we change it to a packet which doesn't trigger the bug.
Okay, so
Know what I'm saying?
write half of a packet, like write a fragmented packet without the second piece in the extended
Yeah,
header
like
section.
literally the one we already have. We just resend the first fragment again.
Okay. It's gonna be really messy, but I'm just gonna copy what we have here and do it that way. So
But we don't need to rewrite it, do we? Isn't it already? Don't we have already variables?
I can move these out of the fragment packet. Yeah. Hold on.
No. Just go to the one where we send it. Just literally just copy the send to.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So let me just find the one that I'm looking for. Yeah, so packet 1. So this one here. We'll just copy that.
Yeah, just that. There's just one thing we need. Oh, actually,
Now this is being sent to the not the same socket as the rest of the data, which I think is fine because it's an mbuff. It'll get allocated in the same zone. But we're sending this to the UAF socket.
yeah, we wanted to go to the other socket, and we want to change the ID.
So let's find out where's the ID. That is at frag IPv6 ident, which is hex 10, right? No, hex C. Okay, and it's 4 bytes. Okay, so we'll do a write of.
It just literally just use that variable as a constant rather than the hard-coded magic.
Packet 1 dot add 2 C. We're gonna write say or something that works.
Do plus I though, so it's random if we send multiple.
Yeah, good point. So they're different.
And instead of the hard-coded C, you can literally use the variable which the defined constant, right?
No, because it's in the scope of this function. It won't
Oh,
exist
I
in the
see.
global scope. Yeah.
Was it C though?
Yeah. I can move them out, but I'll just I know it's at hex C, so I'll just put it there.
Okay.
So let's see. Are we on a fresh state? I don't remember. I guess we'll find out if we crash when we leave. Yeah, okay, we weren't on a fresh state. Makes that easy.
All right, here I'm hoping to see kernel data, because if we do, then we're almost done.
Was that 2 beeps or 1 beep? I only heard 1, but I feel like there should have been 2.
I haven't heard a beep.
Yeah, let's just say there were 2 and be done with it. I think it was 1. Well, oh well. We're semi-accurate.
Get 1 beep for free.
Exactly. Buy 1 beep, get 1 free. I see some talk in the chat about the challenge. Has it been solved, or are you just giving a hint, C? No solution, okay. I just wanted to make sure so I didn't spoil it.
It looks like that Slay's Govy also has 2 bad packets. No, I think that's different. Or is it?
I'm not sure what his strategy is, because he uses something with RTHDR's receive or I forget what RT is, but something with packet headers. I'm not sure what he's doing with that set sock op thing.
Oh, the set sock op, this is his spray. Basically, after he corrupts a extended header packet like the one with the struct, he overrides it with allocating mbuffs with the set socked op instead of doing the send socket. That might be to the way he does the cleanup, because he essentially, I think, detaches a bunch of allocated buffers. Actually, I'm not sure if that's related to cleanup, but he uses that for spraying anyway.
I wonder why. Okay, let's see if we got some video signal on the PS4 yet. Okay, let's see what happens. I actually don't think I saw any corruption there at all. Just scanning through it. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, we got one here. 50. So let's see what 50 is.
And 51.
There's a glitch or whatever there. Like there's a misalignment, but there's nothing being overwritten. Not a single thing.
Can you real quick test if you I think they don't allocate properly. Like they not being reused. I think they just like freed again.
Yeah, I don't know. I can run it again if we don't panic here. Which is probably a long shot. We're probably going to panic.
Oh, wait. Before we do that, we can spray more packets with the
What do you mean? Send this packet multiple times?
Extended, yeah. Do that in a loop of, I don't know, 20 times, but also write a new ID every time. Also do I times 20 then in the ID.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable. I'm seeing no corruption again. I mean, our first one has a bad index.
So what is that D?
It writes F. So D gets written to F, E gets skipped, F gets skipped, 10 gets written, and then it continues on from 10 as if everything's fine.
So if we instead of doing the fragmented header, if we just send regular packets with 4 ones, that should work, right?
Well, then we'll get overwrites with 4 ones, but then we won't have an extended header to corrupt.
I know, but like I'm just trying to test whether that's still working because we changed a few things.
Yeah.
like sanity checks.
Do we want to keep this for loop in here, or just send?
I mean, we can leave it in there.
Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens here.
Oh wait, can you write something different here than in the other case? So we can see.
I could change test data, but I would
Yeah.
have to do it inside of the loop, or I would have to do it inside of the else. So I'd have to change like test data
Or just
to
pre-allocate different data or something.
um
Because if you change it here, it will be also changed for the uppercase, you know. Or like test data 2 or something. You already have it, I guess.
yeah, I'm using it for something else though. So test data, we'll use this for A. That we will also keep as A. And these we'll keep as A's. And then this one we'll use B. And yeah, this is where I wrote the A's and B's. So I can do this again and just make it.
We can just use test data 2. Doesn't really matter.
I've already written up the B's, so we'll just do it this way.
Yeah. Works too.
Yeah, so that should work. After I restart the system. You're cheating because it's only for breaks. I'll take a pick on the next challenge. Didn't Z put it in the Discord? Or am I mistaken? Oh no, he hasn't put it in the Discord. Okay. I think he said he'd do it after the stream, that's why. So somebody was sneaky, I guess, in the chat and took a screenshot of it or something. Or you could if you want to be ultra sneaky, you could just go through the VOD. Because Twitch streams the VOD. So you can go back and watch it even though we're still streaming. What's the goal of the challenge? Oh, it's just a little like CTF kind of thing that we have on the breaks for people to do if they're interested. Uninitialized length. I kind of want to look at that now. Since the PS4 is rebooting, I can look at it and pull it up on stream for a quick sec. If I remember where I put it. Because... Okay, there it is. I think I found it. Should be this one.
Oh yeah, length doesn't have to be initialized.
It's reading the length from the socket for the next read. And yeah, there is a typo here. This second parenthesis should be here. There is a syntax error there, but that's not the
I found the bug already.
Yeah, that's not the bug that we're going for, but there is a syntax error here, sorry. I don't know how that got past CNI, actually. But yeah, move this bracket over here. Yeah, it is a typo. Alright, I think we're rebooted. Okay, let's see what happens here. do we get our 4 ones? I'm not seeing any yet. Yep. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe something got broke because there's absolutely no corruption happening anymore. Actually, there's not even a single index corruption in here. These are all correct. Maybe that was just a bad run. Let me try it again. Because we should have at least gotten a corrupted index. All we changed was the spray. Oh, alright, well, I guess I'm not checking that. Okay. That's really strange, though, that we didn't get, like, a single corruption at all.
Actually, what we could try, so I've read over Slayer's Govi's POC, and the way he does it is instead of reading them and while reading freeing them, he peeks into that and like so he knows in advance which 2 packets are gonna be bad. And then he frees.
I mean, the problem with that, though, is we can't peek because we're using read.
Yeah.
If we could use recipe from, we could totally do that, but recipe from didn't work for us. Which still doesn't make any damn sense to me. Like,
oh, now I know why he uses so many sockets.
why?
So he can, like, because we have to read them in order and he does not. Because if each packet is sent to a different socket, you just read the corresponding socket.
That sounds like so... That sounds like it'd be, like, so unstable trying to do it that way. Because you're doing so much crap in the heap.
Well, he's allocating everything before, so it's actually a good way to fill holes in the heap.
Okay.
Because also kind of provides a linear heap. Like, we don't really need that, I think, but...
Okay. Just trying to think of where we want to go from here.
Actually, maybe is it because the test data we sent is now 64 bytes rather than... Oh wait, it was also 64
10.
before. It was 10. Do you think that makes a difference?
No, wait, I think we switched to 64 and it was still working at that point. I do have a backup. I did make a backup of when we were getting the 4-1 rights, I think. Okay, it was still 10 in my backup.
I mean, technically it should also work with 64.
So I'm going to make a new backup 4. I'm going to copy all this crap there. And then I'm going to restore backup 3. This is like the worst manual version control I've ever seen. But hey, it works. I'm going to try changing this to 64. And see what happens. So... change this to 64.
I'd rather have the current. So what we do here is we send so many packets afterwards. Well, with the other one we don't. We send exactly as many as we technically need, which might be the relevant factor. So if you want to test the 64 versus 10, I'd rather do it with a different code state, like the one we just had.
I mean, yeah, we could. Alright, I'll do it here. I'll change it back to 10. Let's see what happens.
Oh, not the 4 ones. We don't even reach that.
Well, I was just gonna change everything that was 64 to 10. It just makes it easier. Except for the rights, because that doesn't really matter. It matters what we pass to it.
Oh, wait a second. That read that you just changed, was it 64?
This one, yes.
Did you also send 64 bytes?
Here, I can just copy it back over again. So the read is 64. We're sending 64. Well, we're sending it twice in here.
No, not these ones. The ones before.
What, here? No, we're sending 10.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem. So let's change that to 64. I don't know how we missed that.
You need to send here the exact same amount of bytes you read later. Otherwise, your packets get misaligned.
Yeah. Why don't you upload the code? I'm not going to upload the code in the middle of the stream.
Oh.
I mean, we're constantly changing it. It wouldn't really make sense. It's
what is a UDP payload size? Does that even... It should fit in one packet, yeah.
Yeah, we have 256 bytes of room.
Okay.
I have been looking at a frozen screen waiting for you to come back. Oh, did your stream freeze? Twitch has been weird the last while. There's been issues across the board on Twitch for like the last month actually. It's been really wild.
So what exactly did we change now? Just the fact that we now have sending 64 bytes and also reading 64 bytes correctly?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because that's a problem.
I was casting to a TV? Oh, okay, fair enough. Go complain to Twitch. We should start a... See, I was gonna say we should start like a protest or something, but I don't know if Twitch might get mad if we make jokes like that. They've been a little bit wild on the ban hammer lately. So I won't go too edgy on the jokes. I mean, the clips feature of Twitch is still broken. We used to try to use clips for the podcast like a year ago. And we had clips that were processing in limbo for months, and I think they're still there. Like highlights, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Highlights. Highlights have been broken forever for us. And I think Z even sent in a support ticket, and they're like, yeah, well, that's just how they are. Deal with it. Okay. Deleted them finally? Oh, okay. Okay, so let's give it a shot and see if that makes any difference, changing the sizes. Oh, we got a kernel pointer. I'm pretty sure that was a kernel pointer that I just saw. I'm like almost certain of it. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't a kernel pointer, but it was our 4s and 4 3s, which is the
debug.
Yeah, it was what we've replaced here, right? Yeah. So maybe if we write back our original extended header, maybe we'll get somewhere now that we fixed the size. It was probably just that stupid little bug, dude. That's how it always goes, I guess.
Don't forget the ID. Don't forget the ID.
Oh, yeah. Good point. We're probably going to crash getting out of the browser here, or going back in, one of the two. Oh, we haven't. So I guess we can just see what happens, but we're not in the completely clean state. Okay, now we're back to nothing. Yeah, we got corrupted indexes, but we're back to... Wait, what was the corrupted index here? Sorry, it was 6D.
I think.
Yeah, so 6. What is 6D? 6E. I mean, yeah, nothing's really happening here.
Is
It's
it
frustrating.
what's the size of packet one length? I think that shouldn't matter.
It'll be 4, I think.
Yeah, should be good.
Or no, sorry. Yeah, hex 18, because that's the first fragmented packet. So yeah, it's hex 18.
I mean, maybe try again. But yeah, it seems like these are not allocating.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It shouldn't matter because we're sending it to the UAS socket. We're not sending it to the socket we're reading from, so... yeah, it doesn't really... Okay. I feel like recently more and more streamers are complaining about Twitch, but since followers are already there, they don't want to switch to another platform. Bless you. Switching to another platform is not viable. There's not really any other platform that makes sense. YouTube streaming is very undiscoverable. If you're not already like established, you're not going to get anybody on YouTube streaming. So that's why Twitch is kind of the only viable option. All right. Yeah, so our extended packet header idea is not working out. At this point, we have such a salad of what's going on that I think we're kind of at a state where we may want to lay out the strategy again and then
I
re-implement.
mean, the next, like, I think we're almost done. Like, the next step pretty much is fix this extended header allocation so that we allocate a struct.
But that's the thing. We are, or we should be allocating a struct. I mean, maybe I can check the return value of this.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good idea.
Oh, oh man, I'm gonna be logging this a lot though, actually.
Oh, actually, I think Slayer's Govy also does a fragmented packet.
I just want to see what if it's succeeding or if it's failing. Okay.
Oh! You know what we should do?
What should we do?
A U-sleep after the send.
After we send a bunch of them?
Yeah,
I mean, remember, sure. we're working in loops though, so like the U-sleeps are gonna add up.
Well, we only sent the extended header like twice.
So you're saying to sleep after? Well, no, we send the extended header 20 times twice.
So yeah, but after that loop. After that loop.
Okay. We can give it a shot. Yeah.
Because he has a nano sleep.
Do I still have the U sleep? Yeah, I do. Or wait, do I? Yes, I do. So do you want to do 1,000 maybe?
Yeah, 1,000.
Okay, let's give it a go and see what happens. I think we should be at the point of panicking very soon because we've already gotten away with a few runs, but maybe I'm wrong.
Our exploit is so clean.
You had to say something. If you didn't say that, we wouldn't have crashed. Guarantee it.
Well, now it is cleaned up.
Is this being done on a real PS4 or some kind of emulation? Yeah, definitely real PS4. The emulation isn't... what's it called? Orbital is not at the state to be able to do any of this stuff yet. I don't know if it will be before 2100 or something. 2112 maybe. Let's reboot. Are you in real life working for IT? I don't work in IT. No, I don't. I do not do IT. I don't know about you, Teamstar.
I am kind of working in IT.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, hopefully I won't have to work for a big corporation anytime soon. I mean, I worked for a medium-sized corporation not too long ago, and it was not fun. I don't really want to do that again. Security analyst? Flat, so you're probably OP as a security analyst. I hope you don't do code review for any of the targets that I look at, because it'll be really sad. I probably won't have any bugs anymore. You do? Well, time to find a new career. All right. One thing I really wish, like, if there's one thing that we really need for PS4, we really, really need snapshot capability. Like, if I could just take a snapshot. Yeah, like if I could just snapshot the system state before I go into WebKit, and then whenever I kernel panic, I just restore back to the snapshot. Like, that would just be just incredible.
Well, you could do disk dump.
Like,
although I don't think it's very useful the way you want to use it.
I don't know if you could maybe do like technically speaking, the problem is the userland processes. Like, you could back up all of kernel memory and maybe back up the tasks. Like, if you go through each process and back up the kernel context and the userland content, maybe you could do like a snapshotting
Oh, you're
thing.
saying like a RAM snapshot?
Yeah, kind of like with VMware, how you can take a snapshot and then restore to it.
Oh yeah, I don't think you can do that without additional hardware.
Yeah,
Like
I
you
think
definitely cannot do that software only.
you need SAMU memories. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and we're not getting that. That sucks. Would be neat though. Okay, so we're back up and running on the PS4. Just gotta log in.
So one weird thing I noticed about Slayer's Govi's exploit. So basically, the way he does it is he triggers the bug, then he searches for the overlapping buffers, then he sends a fragmented packet, frees the two buffers, then frees all the other buffers, then does a huge spray, and then triggers processing. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing that we were trying to do.
Yeah, okay. The sleep didn't do anything. We're back to, you know. I'm thinking this code is just ready for the dumpster. Go back to where we had it working before and like try to rework that, because
What do you mean? It works if we do the test data. So it's just the extended header that doesn't work.
Yeah.
So going back doesn't even make sense. Just change it back to our...
What if it's an issue with somewhere else though that we just are not considering, where we think it's the extended header, but maybe somewhere else it's just, I don't know.
All right, what's your theory on that?
I don't have a solid theory. I'm frustrated of seeing things working properly. You know, I want to see things break, man.
Yeah, you can change it back to the test data, and then we see the test data working properly again. Maybe that makes you happy.
I just want to see things get smashed. I mean, yeah, I'll change back to test data, but and if that works, we'll continue on. But man, just feels like we've been stuck on this extended packet header for a while. Let's see. Do we get corrupted data? We get a page that won't even load. That's what we get. Okay. That's why. Okay. I'll try it one more time. We will probably panic after that as well, but then we can try to rework the extended header to get that working. I think that is the major roadblock.
Yeah, I think we can like get some inspiration from Slayer-Scovey.
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't really want to like create like hundreds of sockets and work on hundreds of sockets and send it.
Oh no! I was talking about getting that fragment correctly. Basically triggering the correct M header allocation.
Oh, I see. I mean, I thought that's what we were trying to do, though. Like, we're only sending one half of it, but it should still be getting allocated. But it's like it's not. It's not getting allocated at all. Or sorry, I was highlighting the wrong code, but this code. Yeah, I don't know.
Does it work with the testing again?
With what, sorry?
Oh, you're still rebooting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it works with the testing, we definitely know something with the allocation isn't the way we're expecting it.
Yeah. Alright, let's do a check. Alright. I'm just gonna try to... Do I have his POC still? Yeah, I do. I have it on another window. Just wanted to take a look. Kind of see what you were... So where does he send the valid packet?
Which one?
Like the valid header. You said you wanted to pull inspiration from that with spraying a valid header.
So, I mean, the way it works, if you look at it, he first does some CPU affinity, opens a bunch of sockets, create loopback, and then build header, build RT header, and then send fragment. This is the trigger. We're doing essentially the same. Then a nanosleep.
Okay.
Then he continues, and I think here's the interesting part. He has delayed packet, which I think is his way of allocating an extended header packet, but he still does send it fragmented, and it looks like he sends both parts, because essentially he then sends the first part of the fragmented packet, and then push mbuff sprays a bunch of buffers.
It sprays a bunch of integers. Yeah.
Mbuffs. Yeah.
Yeah, integers into mbuffs. Yeah. Where does the second part get put? With the second fragment get pushed though?
Well, let's just continue the code. Then he peeks and searches for bed 1 and bed 2. This is basically the index of two indexes which point to the same buffer.
The overlap, yeah.
And then, yeah, and then he constructs another the second part of the fragment. Basically, he fixes up the UDP port to match to the overlapped buffer. So I think he fakes a UDP packet, sends that, but only then he frees the two buffers, which I'm not entirely sure why he first sends them and then frees the buffers. But essentially, then he frees all the other buffers, which I guess makes sense from a heap spraying perspective. And then he builds his fake M buff, and then he sprays his M fake buff the set sock opt, and then by freeing the other fragment again, he triggers the bug.
I mean, that's a lot of steps. That's a lot more steps than what our plan was going with. It sounds like he's triggering like multiple cascading UAFs.
No, he doesn't do that.
I don't know. The other thing I'm hung up on is I don't know how the RTHDRs factor in there. I don't know exactly what the purpose of those is. He does like 4 different sprays. Like, there's a lot of sprays happening here, and I don't know how they correlate to each other. So, I'm not sure.
Basically, he makes sure he sends the first part of the fragment to the raw socket, and I think by sending the second part, he makes sure that packet gets received on the UDP listening socket. Because if you build a valid UDP packet and then send it, then if you're listening on that UDP port, you can like receive it. And then by receiving it, he actually triggers it, the bug.
We got the overwrite on the very last one when I changed it from the extended header. I didn't think we were gonna get it, and on the very last one it triggered, which is funny.
What we can do is we can increase the sprays.
Yeah, it's just funny. By modifying stack and do ROP technique. Yeah, I mean this is not normal JavaScript. We've broken WebKit's integrity. We've gotten arbitrary memory read and arbitrary memory write and code execution, so we can directly invoke instructions to do ROP and stuff. Is it legal to stream this? Yeah. We're not doing anything too hackerman's here where we're gonna like violate any laws or anything. Okay, no, go to Twitch admins. So yeah, we did get the overlap. So
we can spray more than OX 100 times, just increment the loop counters.
Yeah, we totally could.
Like 4 or something.
Yeah, I
did
do hex 400 as well. I think that should factor in for both, right? Yeah, that does both.
And then the send should also be OX 400.
Wait, which send? Oh, this one
the
here.
one right after the trigger.
Yep. Okay. We might panic here, but overall, what we need to do after this is still try to figure out why the extended header is not allocating. Maybe we can do like a code like walk through the code and try to figure out what's going on. This spray is going to take a lot longer since we quadrupled its size. Why are we stopped at 8.3? We sprayed hex 400. What the? Why did it stop?
Actually, maybe we should get back to OX 200 because there's a limit on how much packets are in the queue. So maybe if we send too much data, it will at some point just drop.
But we're not even hitting hex 100. Never mind hex 200 or hex 400. We're getting to hex 83 and then we're stopping. Is there something specific about 83?
No, I think maybe just the heap is in a weird state.
So in that case, increasing our spray size doesn't do anything.
Well, I mean, this could be an artifact from the previous run, but like maybe go back to 200 or something.
Well, I can switch it to 200 and then test. To see if it's an artifact or if it's a.
Yeah, I think 200 should be good.
Where's the next? There's 400. Where did I put it? Right here. Okay. I'm gonna have to hold to turn off this. Actually, will I? Can I turn off this normally? I doubt it. Let's go to shut. But oh, maybe we can shut it down normally. Wow. Nice. Once it's fully shut down, we will restart. I'm surprised we didn't get a panic or anything at all during that, because we did trigger the double free. Multiple times, actually. We just got really lucky, I guess, that nothing got corrupted too badly. Streamers can't even play songs because of DMCA. We make sure, like, the songs that we have on the starting soon screen and the be right back screen are songs we have the rights to use. So, no need to worry about that. No copyright issues here. FreeBSD. I mean, doing source code review is not going to fall under copyright violation. We're not looking at, like, trade secret code or something. Like, I'm not auditing the source code for Windows as a Microsoft employee on stream or something. So, yeah, no need to worry on that angle. Are we fully rebooted? I think we might be. Do a check here. Okay, we are fully rebooted. So let's see if the Hex 200 spray works. I kind of have my doubts. I think the...
Are you spraying like the extended header again?
No, we're back. We're still on the 4.243s. Yeah. Yeah, it's still stopping short. There's something, we're either sending more than we're receiving somewhere, or we just have a hard limit on Hex 83 sprays. I don't know what the case is here, but we're not finishing our spray. We're not reaching the end at all. So
yeah, maybe it's too much data for one socket. So let's just go back to OX 100 then.
Well, even Hex 100 didn't finish, though. So maybe, do we want to go to Hex 80 just before it stops?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you need to send and spray in parts.
What we could do is we could decrease the data that we spray, because we increase it to 64. We can go back to like 4 or something.
Yeah. Actually, I kind of want to try that. I'm going to set it back to Hex 200, and I'm going to change the amount we spray to, like, 8.
4? Yeah, or 8 or whatever.
So we have 8 here. We have to change it to 8 here, here, here. And that should be, oh, maybe here as well. Yeah, we'll do it here as well. Okay. All right, let's go to shot. See if anything changes here. I'm going to clear this since we're not using it anymore anyway. Actually, I'll just bring that up.
Notice me, Spectre.
Welcome in, Gutsy Love. While this is rebooting, I will be back in half a second. I just need to shut up the washer because it keeps beeping behind me, and it's a lot less pleasant than the PS4 beep. I will be right back.
Yeah, we don't want to increment the beep counter because of that.
Okay, I'm back. We have exactly 256 viewers. That's a nice number. Okay. Rebooted. I have a white stripe on the system, so that's usually a good sign. Yes, okay. So let's hope this works. If it doesn't, it's gotta mean that we have math off somewhere. Oh, I totally forgot. I have to run this server because it's serving the HTTP stuff. Okay. What the okay, there we go. It just took a while. We're stopping at 83 again. Yeah. Math is off somewhere, dude. I'm wondering if it's because we do it twice. We did that to try to be safe, but I think that might be throwing something off. So let me just try to remove that. And we will go back to trying it again to see if we get further. Or we will wait a few minutes to test that because we didn't get very lucky with the state of the system this time. I love how, like, one time we can run it 4 times and start the shutdown procedure for the system and everything works fine, but, like, other times it's like I do it once and it's like, alright, you're out of here. Time to restart, bud. I don't know. It's so fickle. How much memory is the PS4's browser allowed to use? So the PS4 uses a unified memory model. It shares 8 gigabytes between the GPU and the CPU. Does the GPU have a minimum amount of memory that it has to have? I don't know.
So on Orbis, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same way as on Linux. While Linux does a hard cut on memory versus RAM to GPU, Orbis could just on demand let the GPU use like everything or like point it to the buffers it should access.
If I remember correctly from work I did with the toolchain, because I messed around with how much memory you could allocate in a homebrew application, I believe you're allowed to allocate up to 2.5 gigs to CPU. I think that's the max though. So I think you have to give the GPU at least like 6 gigabytes or whatever. Because I remember having that issue. I was trying to I think I was trying to decode like an audio file and the audio file was too large and I couldn't map it into memory. PS4 memory model is really weird. Because of the way they have like unified memory.
I mean, for gaming, it makes sense though.
Oh, totally. Like being able to bypass the CPU cache and stuff to go directly to GPU memory is smart. I mean, that's what GPUs do in PCs too. They just use dedicated VRAM for that. They don't share that VRAM with the CPU. Or at least not directly. And it wouldn't really be worth using that as a CPU anyway. PS5 memory is even weirder. Yeah. I wish I knew a little bit about PS5. But I can't even buy one. Like, in Canada, they weren't even selling PS5s in store until the new year, and I don't even know if they are now. You could get them online only, which means you're competing with all the scalpers and whatnot, and it's just same here. Oh, okay. I haven't even tried to get a PS5. I figure I'll just wait until everything settles down. It would have been nice to get a low firmware one, but I don't even know if I really care at this point. Okay, so let's see what happens if I remove that second right. In the beginning, 0x0, 0xC1, is that right? 1C, I'm assuming you mean. Yeah, because AFI Net 6 is 1C on PS4, not 1E. We still can only get to 83. I don't know what's going on here with why the arbitrary stopping point of 83 is happening. I don't know what's going on. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me why that arbitrary stopping point is an issue.
Oh, maybe because of the use sleep we added.
You think?
No, not that one. The one in the loop, like after the loop, when the trigger hits.
This one here?
Yeah.
I don't see why that would
Maybe
cause an
because
issue, though.
maybe because we're waiting too long and drop some packets, and then we end up at the blocking read.
I could see that, maybe.
Decrease the use sleep to 10. Try again.
If the PS4 lets us try again. Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, it will.
You believe? Okay, I'll
Yeah, I
believe them.
believe.
Well, we misplaced our trust.
Damn it.
We are talking about a PS4, so we should never have faith. That's the key to working on PS4 stuff. Never think that things are going to work properly, and you'll never be disappointed.
It's just a good thing from a hacker's point of view.
Set your expectations at ground level when working for PS4 stuff. I've been on a 3-day streak of PS4 stuff because I was working on some of the toolchain stuff yesterday too, and you should see some of the bugs that I had. I spent like 4 hours yesterday night debugging libraries that are built by the toolchain. Really stupid bugs that I'm glad are now fixed, but I was not glad while I was fixing them. I mean, I had one issue where let me go to the issues. I had one issue where there was a bad railroad header getting generated because of a GOT existing, and then another issue where the railroad segment was not contiguous with the data segment, which the PS4 doesn't like for some reason. Yeah, it took me like 4 hours to fix those yesterday. And that is just the nature of the PS4 beast.
Debugging wasn't so terrible. I think we would have been done by now.
I think so too. I mean, that's... People wonder why it can take so long for PS4 exploits to get done. It's literally like 80% waiting for the PS4 to reboot. That's what it is. I mean, we're talking 4 minutes to reboot the system every single time, pretty much.
Bitch Police, have you ever tried to jailbreak an Apple Watch?
No. Why? Is the Apple Watch worse?
Yeah.
Why? How
So
long does it take?
basically, well, the way it works is the Apple Watch is connected via Bluetooth to your phone. Your phone is connected via USB to your computer. And on your computer, you have your debugger connected, which tunnels the connection through the USB to your phone, from your phone to the watch. And this is how you kind of have your debugger set up, which sounds good, right? But then sometimes the breakpoints won't hit and you will run into the kernel exploit and it would kernel panic. But then again, you need the watch to reboot, which takes like maybe a minute. And then the fun is in trying to get the whole Bluetooth to phone to computer connection working again, because the debugger would not recognize the watch forever. And you try everything, restarting Xcode, and I don't know, until at some point, the debugger again, like Xcode, sees the watch and you can run the second attempt.
Man, that reminds me of I was watching some of the CCC talks this year for the remote CCC, and one of the talks was on fuzzing the iPhone baseband stuff, and it sounds like kind of similar in how much of a pain it is to deal with. Would an SSD help? Maybe, actually. I've never benchmarked the boot speed of the PS4 on an SSD. I know game load times are impacted by SSD versus HDD. I don't know if it really makes a difference with the PS4, because if it's not bottlenecked on the hard drive, then it's not going to matter. Like if it's bottlenecked on the CPU, then SSD isn't going to help you at all. It doesn't make much of a difference. Yeah, okay.
Did we again hit 83?
Yeah, we stopped at 83 again. So I don't know precisely
how did we get there?
I don't know. It's gotta have to do with how many packets we're writing, and
I mean, everything
blocking.
started once we did more than 100, but there was,
Yeah. Did backup 3 finish? I'm trying to remember if it finished. I feel like it did. Let me make a new backup here. Backup 5. Let me restore backup 3 just to see if it finished, because I feel like it did. Let's see if I can get lucky enough to get more than one run-in on this attempt. Okay.
Doesn't look like it.
No. I just wanted to try one thing, and now I gotta wait a couple minutes again to do it. Sucks. PS4 has SATA 3 gigabits per second, PS4 Pro 6 gigabits per second. I mean, that's transfer speeds. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'm not sure these values matter.
I don't think they do.
SATA controller is attached to USB.
Yeah. I don't think it's getting like the boot process is bottlenecked on read speed. I feel like that would be something they would try to actually really fix. They would want it to run as fast as possible, like as fast as the CPU could process it. So.
Do you know the way, Spectre?
I do not know the way. We're trying to find the way, but
you know what annoys me really? Like the PS4 game updates.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I've read somewhere that if you do a game update, it would download the update, which let's say is 2 gigabytes, then would make a full copy of the installed game on your hard disk, apply the patch, and then remove the copy, which will be reverted in case the patching fails. And then if your game is like 100 gigs in size, it takes forever to copy the 100 gigs locally on hard disk. And this is why the updates is so long. Is that correct? Like, do you know about that?
Uh, the PS4 update system is a little bit weird. Because I know there's another thing called Delta packages, and I can't remember how they factor in.
I mean, like for game updates.
Yeah. Some updates are so long because devs are stupid. Yeah, I think there's some games where they use patch diffing, and there's other games where they don't. Like GTA 5, I think is a game where it takes forever to update it because they don't do like proper incremental patches. So their updates are like gigabytes. Battlefield is even worse. Battlefield, I've seen updates that are like 20 gigs in size. It's ridiculous. Depends also how they split the files. Yeah.
Call of Duty Warzone, for example, I think they have like reasonably small updates, but then it just takes forever to like install.
Yeah, because the game files for Warzone are like 200 gigs total. So it has to go through all of that to apply the patch. That's probably why it takes so long. Warzone is the biggest meme on PS4. I think I don't remember if it's Warzone or Modern Warfare, but one of the two has like 300 gigs or something total disk usage. It's like if you have a early base model PS4, you could literally only install that game and like nothing else because it's so large. So I do have the PS4 booted again, and I'm gonna try the backup 3 just to make sure we do reach the end, because I'm pretty sure we do. Oh, this doesn't use Flats's thing. I forgot. Okay, that's fine. For this test, that's fine. Yeah, so backup 3, you can see like it goes all the way. It goes to the end. It even goes past like you can see it goes to 83, and then after that it does the 4 ones all the way up to hex 100.
Wait, do these start at 83?
Yeah, the 4 ones all start after hex 83, and that happened a lot when we were testing.
That is an important information, though.
I don't know precisely why. There's got to be something in the internal queuing.
Because this means that we run out of the sprayed data, and at that point we just read the remaining data in the buffer, which with the version we just had before, we patch it to only send the fill buffer twice, which means once we reach 83, we don't get additional buffers. This is why we hang at the blocking read.
Sorry, so what would be the fix for backup 5 then?
I think it is an issue we ran into before but didn't really realize, because what I assumed what's happening is that it's for some reason at the very end it always keeps reallocating the same buffer, but this is not actually true. So for backup 3, we always send a packet when the index mismatches, which
yeah, we send 2.
Once we reach a single for 1, we will keep sending new packets, which means we have always a new packet in the queue because we keep sending more and more packets. While with the other with backup 5, we only send the for 1 packets kinda twice. This means once we reach 83, there's no more in the queue to read for some reason, and this is why we why we hang at the blocking read. So I think a fix would be to increase the buffer size,
or to
or to lower the spray.
What we could do, we could send hex the 4 ones regardless, because we're sending the extended header over on another socket, right? So couldn't we just invoke the hex 4.1 spray anytime there's a mismatch, regardless of if it's on the corrupted index or not?
The hex for one spray.
Yeah, like couldn't we just copy this into here as well? That should be fine, right? Because I think that should be fine.
I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to achieve, but essentially the problem is that we want to send OX 200 packets and then receive OX 200 packets. However, this is not what's happening because some of the packets get lost because of a limited buffer size.
Which buffer, though?
The socket receive buffer. I'm trying to figure out how to increase that. Oh yeah, so there is get socked up and set socked up.
I think the issue is more just that we're trying to read too many times. Before, we were reading, and then if it was... Like, we were sending hex 4 ones every time there was a mismatch. Now we're only sending it twice. So if there's a mismatch more than twice, we're not sending those packets, which means eventually when it gets to the read, it's not able to read anything because there's nothing there. So if we just copy the send to here, and we also send that in here, that should fix the issue, I believe. I don't know where that gets us in terms of the overlap. I don't know if that will fuck up the overlap with the extended header, but I think that will fix our hang issue.
I mean, it's not the solution to the underlying problem, though.
I don't really see where the receive buffer factors in. That's all. Like, okay, I think it's more just an issue that we have a discrepancy between how much we write and how much we read.
I can explain you exactly what the issue is. Okay. So imagine you have a socket and like you're listening as a UDP server, right?
Yeah.
So normally what you would do on a listening on a blocking socket is you would read and then data comes in. So you kind of right away handling the data. So basically, then you would handle it and then read again. But when you handle one packet and a second one comes in, it gets buffered, right? And that buffer space is limited. But since we're using a non-blocking send and not doing a read, we essentially send a lot of packets into the buffer and then read the packets from the buffer. So what happens is, especially since UDP is unreliable, is if we keep sending, even though the buffer is full, it will just drop packets. So we think we have OX 200 packets in there, but actually we have only 83 OX 83 packets in there. Yeah, I sent you in Discord the relevant functions.
So you want to read what the default buffer size is first?
I mean, not necessarily. We can just straight up send it to a high value.
I mean, I am curious what it is set to originally.
I mean, sure, yeah, it makes sense to read it.
By the way, sorry, Elizabeth, I know it's been a while. It's been like an hour, but I did just see the patches you sent me for 7.55. Thank you. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the size is, so I will quickly
make sure to make a return to not trigger the buffer, the bug.
Exactly, yeah. So we'll do it up here.
Also revert back to version 5, I guess, since we know what the problem is now.
Okay. Do that. So up here we'll do a here. Okay, so let me just double check that. So we want to call get sockopt or sys get sockopt with sol socket sos buff.
SOL socket is FF.
Okay.
And SO receive buff is 1002 in hex.
Sorry, what is it in hex?
1002.
Okay. Get sockopt equals GSO toString 16. Okay. So
That's receive buff size out. You need to set to 8, like right to the buffer.
all right. So let's see what we get. Since I reverted, we will get the information in here. Okay, the get sockopt failed. This might be another issue.
Yeah, because you're missing the socket.
Oh shit. Yeah, I am. You can tell it's getting late. Fuck. Yeah, because I need to move this up. We'll put it like right here. So, and then
Is
we
that
have
the raw socket though?
no, this is the oh yeah, sorry, it is the raw socket. Good point. Which means I need the other socket, the spray socket. Which is right here. Okay, so we'll use the spray socket. Nice. Okay. What?
Did you crash?
Oh no, the controller died. I was getting no input. I was like, did we really just discover a no day or something? Both exciting and not exciting, I guess. Okay. Oh wow. Wow. What? Opening the socket failed. Opening everything failed. Is it No, this is defined above, isn't it? No, I'm using these before. God damn it. It's just ordering of things is bad. Okay.
I would have like put all of these at the top of the page because these are like constants.
So the buffer size is A460, which is pretty big. Like, that's 42,000 bytes.
I think the endianness might be wrong, or
No, because the read primitives don't have to worry about endianness.
oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, I can change it, but that already seems pretty big. So I'm wondering if this is even our issue at all. Sock opt, spray socket as well as socket. So receive buff. We want to pass in a size here, right? So we're gonna pass in speed buff size 8 and what do we want to set it to? Maybe F or 7? No, it's already bigger than that actually. It's already at A460. So let's set it to like FFFF, I guess. That seems like a reasonable.
I'm not sure you can do that, but we can try.
And then we'll call getSockOpt again. Just to make sure that we actually did change the size.
Oh, we should also check for the return value, yeah. That should work.
Yeah, because we already checked. All right, so let's try this. Yep, the size did change. All right, we can remove the return and see what happens, I guess.
Mean, that may or may not fix our issue, because this is like not the only reason packets can get lost.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see what happens.
Flat says to read the receive buffer size out. I think that's just the size of the option, right? I really like the Factorio circuit board PFB. Yeah, I like Factorio. It's been a while since I played it though. Actually, I kind of want to get back to it. It's been months. I was planning to build a mega factory and I never like continued it. Okay. So let's give it a shot. See what happens. Let's see.
So if it's anything other than 83, then it might be potentially related to that.
Well, it seems you were right. We got a lot further, but not far enough.
Well, then could further increase it.
What is the maximum size you can set for this? The maximum is accessible through sysctl. Shit.
Yeah, I would just like just whatever we had, like
double it.
Double. No, that may not be enough actually. Like 4 or 5 times.
We could try it times 4 or something.
I just do 4 and then 4 zeros and see if that works, and then add a return. So we don't trigger the bug again.
We've already triggered the bug, so we're probably going to crash next time, but let's see. Okay, well, times 4 works, apparently.
That should be good, I guess.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Let's see if we can run it one more time. Good luck is on our side on this iteration, I think. This is our 3rd run. So we're doing a lot here, and we're getting nothing still.
Yeah, I think A, we should change back to OX100, and B, let's see if we have overlaps.
All right.
Because I think if we before only hit 83, then OX 100 is already double what we have before. Because really, we only need to have both be inside, like both allocations be inside that. Did you fix the send and the receive end?
I'm fixing the send right now. There we go. So both are hex 100.
Okay. Can you check the log if we have overlaps?
I can, yeah. We have a lot more to check through now. All right.
I think we should just the first few, and then there should be usually overlaps. Yeah, there are.
8, 6A, 9B. We got a lot of like corruption here, but no actual
This is.
overlaps, you know? Nothing overlapping with the indexes themselves. Just jumbling of them. What were you gonna say?
Can you show me the code again? So how are we actually allocating them right now? With the M header or with the...
We're actually using test data B, which is strange because that means we should be getting the 424243s. We're not even using the extended header, but we're not getting any corruption.
But we also changed the size to 8. Should we change that back to like,
We
I
had
don't
it
know,
at
64 maybe?
Yeah, we had it at 64. I'm thinking that's not even gonna make a difference though. I think something got fucked somewhere else.
The right should be 64.
Which right should be 64?
Well, the sends.
Yeah, send twos are 64.
No, the sprays ones on the top.
Yeah, these ones. Oh, we panicked. Okay, we're gonna have to restart to try this one. I'm thinking after this test though, we might call it and then resume, because
Good, yeah.
we're getting close to 10:30 my time.
Also getting tired. Also, what might be it? I mean, I don't know if it makes a difference to what socket we send it to.
I wouldn't think it would, because it should all get allocated in the same spot.
Yeah, I think so too.
But yeah. So yeah, we made some progress today with figuring out like an overlap. We just need to finalize that overlap to actually corrupt a extension header. So we're making progress.
So the next thing I would do is once that testing works again, because we had it working essentially, craft the extended header packets, maybe similar to the way Slayer Scovey does it, and then we have like a very similar approach to his, and then if we corrupt that, we should get up code execution straight away. Then it's just like chaining up payloads and stuff like that.
Yeah. UART with putty? Yeah. I was using my own application before to read serial, but it was kind of a pain in the ass, and because I have a 4K monitor as my main monitor and 1080p for the other ones, it was all blurry and didn't look very nice, so I was just like, screw it, I'll just use putty, it's easier. And as well as the fact, the main reason I switched to putty actually was so that I could use the input on UART when we were doing some of the Linux stuff on Teamstar stream. Because I could actually log into the system and run commands through UART, which was really nice. And I couldn't do that with my previous log viewer, so. That is why we're using putty. You can use Arduino IDE too with Serial. I mean, I like Putty. It works well, so I'm probably just going to keep using Putty, honestly.
I guess there's really no reason to use Arduino IDE just for serial output.
Yeah. If I had it, I would use it, but I'm not going to install it just for that. All right. So let's give it a quick test, see if we get any corruption with the 64 size. I'm not seeing any yet. I am thinking by then we're not by now, yeah, we're not going to get any. All right.
Can we just still check the log for corruptions real quick?
We can, yeah, since we have it. Okay, so first index is already an issue.
Oh, there's a couple, yeah. 5A.
D is set to E. Yeah, I mean, we had these issues before. These are just stupid. We're getting jumbling with no actual overlaps. So I think something got broken, but I'm kind of
Yeah,
approaching...
it looks like the allocation doesn't really work.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try to fix this up, but I might do that off stream because we're approaching where I'd like to get off here because I need to eat soon. And I imagine it's getting pretty late for you. It's got to be, what, like 4:30 for you now or something? Or 3:30? Yeah. Coming from someone who has used a lot of Arduino IDE, don't use it. I used Arduino a long time ago when I was in an engineering class for high school. And I've been out of high school for, like, I don't know, like 6 years now or something. 624.
How old are you, if I may ask?
I think I'm 22. Yeah, 22. I don't.
You are 20.
Yeah.
You're 22?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Am I older than you?
No, actually not.
How old did you think I was?
I don't know. I mean, roughly about that age. I assumed, like, with the last sentence, I assumed, like, one or a few years older, maybe.
Oh, okay. What about WSL to read serial? WSL is very, very finicky. I would never use it to do something like read serial. Serial's already kind of janky a little bit, because if, like, it's possible you get garbage in the line if you have any interference. WSL on top of that, it just compound it, make it worse.
I don't get why people trying to, like, invent solutions for non-existing problems.
I mean, I've done that too, but yeah. I mean, reading serial is the very, very last of our concerns with this exploit adventure. But yeah, we're going to cap it there. I think I'm going to try to fix this up off stream. That way, next stream we can kind of pick up with getting the overlap working, and maybe we can get this solved in 3 streams, if not 4. When are you going to be available next?
Me?
Yeah.
Let me check my calendar. Probably call my secretary.
Did you like your helicopter brought to you too?
Well, I mean, I don't have any plans for any of the days next week or the week after, so...
Okay. What about Tuesday? Is Tuesday at work?
Should work, I think. Yeah.
Okay. We'll say for Tuesday, and then when we get closer, if we need to move it to Wednesday, we can. But Tuesday, Wednesday is what we'll aim for. I think that sounds reasonable.
So sounds good. We chat, and then people in chat asking how old I am, misspelling my name. It's T-I-H-M.
T-Himstar.
T-H-I-M. I'm 23.
Okay. So you're barely older than me. You're only a little bit older.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be 24 this year.
Well, I would hope so.
What?
I mean, it's only January, so unless your birthday was like just happened, you turn 24 this year.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I'm too tired and it's way too early in the year, so.
Oh, good. That's just funny, I thought. But yeah, we'll continue the streams next week, probably Tuesday or Wednesday. And then we'll hopefully get the overlap going and then take it to code execution eventually. So Flats is 30 already. I didn't know you were that old, Flats, actually. Z has a raid target. Okay. So do you want to set that off, Z? Because honestly, I'm such a boomer, I don't even remember where the raid thing is in the channel dashboard. So okay, so we'll send you guys off to Z's raid target here real quick. But yeah, thank you to everyone who tuned in. We'll be back again next week at some point to finish up the overlap early in the week. And is it Zorkenheimer he's doing a disassembler? Oh, that's neat. That's pretty cool. So is he writing it for like multiple architectures or just like x86? No? Oh, okay. But yeah, if that sounds interesting to you guys, NESR, 6502 or 6002, 6052, yeah. I've actually looked into that a little bit. I think I think the Atari ran that too or something. But yeah, no, that sounds like a really interesting stream, writing a disassembler. So if any of you are interested in that, stick around for the raid. And we will see you guys again next week. And we will see you guys then.